There were too many of us.
On était de trop dans l'équipe.
We had access to too much money.
On avait accès à trop d'argent.
Too much equipment.
Trop d'équipement.
And little by little we went insane.
Can we talk about bears a little bit?
Okay. Okay. Will do. I just need to open up my stream. Hello, everybody. Give me 1 second. Okay. Magic, hello. Hi, Jake. Hi, Kalmia. Hi, Kiba. Hi, Aiko. Hi, Delta. Hi, White Puppy. Hope y'all are doing alright today. Okay, how you? I'm doing good. I'm rotated for some reason. There we go. Okay. I'm doing good. Just had burger. Maybe I get some boba. Ooh, get some boba. Oh, hello. Ramsh. Me. Hello. I hope you're doing alright today. I think we're good to switch on over.
I smooch and 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 I smooch
And I smooch you and I smooch you and I smooch you and I smooch
and
you.
I smooch and I.
Oh. Hello. Yav yav. Close this. Oh, that's porn. We'll close that. This. And I'm like, hi, Blizzington. And blam 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 blam. And blam 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 blam. Put together a gazebo all weekend. Oh, gross. Well, hopefully it's done now. Especially since there's like rain outside right now. I don't know how close you are to me, but there's a shit ton of storms right now. Let's go ahead and start the game. Storms are avoiding me. That's good. Oh, that's right. I have to adjust this. Had good weather for it at least? Hell yeah. And the storms, hope the storms pass quickly. I don't mind the rain. I like the rain. I was just in it like a couple bits ago, so I was like, oh, hey dad, what am I, a father figure? I am paying child support. Hello. Hi Dorthane. Hi Cassie. Hi Fido. Alright, let's load this shit. Alright. Let's go ahead and click here. Hey gear, hello. Hope you are doing alright today. Should have waited to rain. It's gonna be so humid the next couple of days. So humid. Is it time for trauma? It sure is. Good evening, Alec. I hope your burger was delicious. My burger was delicious. Oh, it's so good. I was like, I didn't realize that I was like slightly hungover. I made a tweet earlier that I was there was no hangover, but like after having that food, maybe I was, because I feel a lot better now. But aside from that, yeah, good times. Aviator, hi Aviator. I hope you're doing alright today. Anyways, let us do. What's this game called again? It's called Arches. It's an echo story. Feeling refreshed, we hope? Yeah. Oh, let me get a water real quick. My water bottle's in the bathroom. One sec. You know what? Let me also put Little Man on the on Steam. No, it's on hold on. stinkiest breath, little boy. Oh. Ugh. Okay. No, I can get the link for you. Give me 1 second. I literally just have to type echo. Echo. There we go. So this is the OG, what this story is based off of. And then where's View All by Echo Project? Oh, I can just share their heckin' whatever it's called. Here, we'll do this instead. I'll delete my own message. Can I delete my own message? It does not let me. Maybe I need to be in this mode. Let's see. I thought I should be able to delete my own messages. Maybe not. Guess not. Oh well. But yeah, if you click on Echo Project .itch.io, yeah, like you could do your own viewer regime, can't you? No, I don't want to. That shows you all the works that they've done. Not all of them are finished. Where are my hands? I can't talk without my hands. One second. There we go. Okay. It's the startup game. No. Arches is done. Echo is complete. Arches is now complete. I believe Adastra is also complete. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Echo's complete, Adastra's complete, Arches is complete. The rest are all being worked on. I think Interior might be complete. But yeah. Okay, but aside from that, it's just a couple people's passion project. It's not anything that they like want to make money off of. They're just putting out visual novels. Hi, Aiko. Those are good grabbing hams. Licko! Licko, hello! Yum, 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 yum. Okay. I think I was just about to start reading, but now I have to go to the bathroom. So I guess we're going we're gonna go to the BRB real quick. And burp. Burp. One moment. Bathroom reading? No. Okay. We back. Hello. Bear time? No. Hi, Vamp Baby. Hi, Sugi. Hey, Sharky. Hi, Money Hams. Hey, Snugs. Hello, Jake. Hey, Swalter. We back. Yep. Yep. Okay. And so...
Excuse me.
Protau 1 Cody Wow Scafo point Alekgator 1 Gremlin Fur point.
Does it say Guau as wow? It does. It still says wow. That's funny. Proto, thank you so much for the resubscription. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. I hope you guys are doing well. Y'all won't let me read.
Demons in Alec's butt. Oh, Alec likes demons in his butt. Oh, I've seen Alec. Oh, he likes the.
Copy. Hello, everybody. Imagine reading. I see y'all are heckin' trying to prevent me from finding the bear again, but unfortunately, we have to. Because as of right now, he's coming to give the good bear some more water drink, drugged water drink. Devin struggles with his handcuffs, trying to get the chain into the position he wants. He pulls his paws up until the chain is taut, and then moves slowly in a circle around the bolt until the chain twists on itself. That was the easy part, and based on the tension he felt being put on the chain links, he had been feeling pretty confident. But then, he spent what feels like the last hour trying to actually put enough force and weight into the motion so that the chain would break. While the twisted chains is taking most of the pressure off his own wrists, it still hurts. Devin can see through his fur that he's already starting to bleed from the wrists, and fur is coming off in small tufts with each failed twist and jerk. Come on, damn it, please! After another failed heave, Devin slumps with his paws pressed to the floor of the van, gasping and sweating. A wave of dizziness comes over him, and he ends up pressing his face to the metal floor. Please, please help me. Devin half-heartedly prays, just in case there is something above all of this. Footsteps. Devin scrambles to twist back around and step over the anchoring bolt, so that his paws are behind him again, sitting up to face the back door of the van. It opens, and Devin finds himself staring at the bear that did this to him. Even though he doesn't want Cameron anywhere near this man, seeing that the coyote isn't there with Brian sends panic through the young bear. It is Friday, it's just a little late. No! What do you want? Where's Cameron? Please! Shut it. Devin watches with dread as he sees the huge bear holding that water bottle. Please, just tell me what you want. I'll give it to you. Just let me see him. His teeth snap together, And the next thing the bear knows is that his head is resting against the metal cage partition that separates the back of the van from the seats. Dazed, his chin is on his chest. His arm is under his back, forcing him to arch his chest and stomach towards the van's roof. And then Brian is on him, pressing the bottle to his lips. Dazed from the punch, Devin can only mumble in protest. No, no! Devin sees the look in the other bear's eyes, and he knows that eventually he's going to have to drink from the bottle again. Feeling completely defeated, Devin continues to plead with the man. Wait, just wait, please, tell me what you want, is he okay? Boy, you're really starting to piss me off. If you don't do what the fuck I tell you. Brian grabs Devin's chest fur in both paws and hauls him up, so he's sitting in a more upright position. I'm gonna take it out on your little cocksock yote. You understand me? Now shut up! But Devin can't shut up. He's half convinced that Cameron's already dead. Please, just let me see him so I know he's okay. Alright, I was gonna say you earned him one good hit. Now it's two. You want to add a third? Devin just stares. Of course he knows that Brian doesn't need an excuse. That if he really wants to hurt Cameron, he can. Because there's nothing Devin can do. He can only do what the older bear tells him to do. So he opens his muzzle. Slowly, Brian pours the slightly bitter water into his mouth, and Devin drinks. Even though his body wants to keep drinking, Devin starts to pull back after only a few swallows, as if he's had enough. Doesn't even suspect the water is drugged. Brian pushes the bottle hard enough that Devin's lips are painfully mashed between the plastic and his own teeth, and he's forced to keep drinking. Even when he lets a little tiny dribble out from the corner of his mouth, Brian growls more threats at him. Eventually, the water is gone, and Devin hangs his head in defeat as Brian pulls back, backing out of the van. Devin squeezes his eyes shut, wishing this fucking bear would just tell him what's happening, what he's doing to Cameron, and why he's keeping him alive. But the younger bear is too afraid to talk, too afraid of what Brian might do, and without another word, the van door is slammed shut. Ugh. Cameron stays under the table, the Xanax having kicked in fully by this point, leaving the coyote in a bit of a quiet, stoic haze. His sobbing has trailed off, not much emotion left in him, just feeling numb. His trip is getting more and more intense, and he knows that the peak is nearing, maybe in another half hour. He's still beginning to notice things that he aren't sure are part of his trip. A presence, not too far away, one that he knows very well. Dev. With no idea what he's doing, he instinctively reaches out towards that warm energy. But he's then interrupted by another presence he doesn't recognize. One that's much closer. Cameron gets on his paws and knees, looking out from under the table. This vision is definitely different than anything he's experienced before. Hi, Cat. I hope you're doing alright today. We're here for trauma. Unlike the dreamlike, reality-altering psilocybin, the vision he's entered has a clarity to it, like he's not even tripping at all. Spooky game? More abusive. Have you ever heard of Echo? This is a story that's in the same universe As a matter of fact, even in the same city that story takes place in. The figure of someone appears before him, and Cameron knows everything immediately. Benjamin Kowalski, a rabbit born in 1977, ran away from his Pueblo home when he was 16. For several years, he moved from city to city, sometimes in neighboring states, before settling in Peyton. He stocked shelves at a grocery store, and the extra money he saved up would fund his weed supply. Brian was his dealer. In September 1998, he agreed to let Brian take him to his trailer home in Echo. He was promised 2 ounces of weed in exchange for one night of love-making, as the bear had put it. Benjamin wasn't gay, and even if he was pretty sure Brian wouldn't be his type. 2 ounces was a lot, though, and way too good to pass up. After 4 days of torture, Brian accidentally strangled him for too long, and Benjamin didn't regain consciousness. Gay for 2 ounces of weed? I ain't gay, but 2 ounces is 2 ounces. Of course, Brian planned on killing him anyway, so he did. The bear was only disappointed that he didn't get a few more days with him. He killed a skunk too? No! Oh, there's so many cuties that are just moited. Look at him, look at how cute he looks. Wow. Timothy Esposito was a skunk born in 1985 in the Midwest. Hometown was a large industrial city, one that had been in decay for his entire life. So he transplanted to Mesa, and in May 2005, that's where he attended a BDSM-themed event in an unused warehouse. He liked breath play, and so did Brian, so they fooled around a bit. He didn't much like Brian, but the bear liked him a lot. Brian liked him so much, in fact, that he followed the skunk as he walked home after the event and kidnapped him on an empty street. Timothy was strong and almost escaped multiple times, once managing to leave the trailer before being caught just a few dozen feet from the dirt road. Brian continued their breath play, except now it wasn't play at all. After 2 weeks, Brian again suffocated his victim for too long. This time, Brian thought he was fairly successful in keeping his victim alive that long. Daniel Gallegos was a ferret born in 1996. He was from the Sonoran capital, but was staying with family in Mill City to work a summer job. Death play more like it? Why can't they be friends? Brian just likes to kill. He was saving up money for his university tuition. In 2014, days before he was meant to head back to Sonora, he met Brian outside a club before being kidnapped and driven to Echo. Brian was able to keep him for almost an entire month, and even though a few of Brian's customers had seen him tied to the torture rack, no one said a thing. Eventually, Brian seemed to decide he'd gotten all he could out of the ferret and bludgeoned Daniel to death with an old tire iron, just because he wanted to try something different. The bear couldn't believe how long it took, how hard he had to hit the kid before he finally stopped moving. Cameron! Cameron jolted back into his reality as he yanked up by his shirt. So he's not even touching the floor. Brian's paws hold the front of his shirt while shaking him violently. What? What is it? Cameron kicks around, trying to get his feet on solid ground again. Despite being almost overwhelmed by the numbing calm of Xanax, it's not enough to stop the primal fear Cameron has of this bear. Especially not after seeing the horrors he committed on those men. What he'd just seen was condensed, distilled into an easy-to-follow series of events. All the while, he'd absorbed all the tiny details too.
Whoa.
Hi, Ari. He knows Brian promised these men many things, that he'd only keep them for 1, 2, 3 more days before letting them go. That if they'd just be a little more quiet, he'd let them go. Cameron knows none of these promises were kept. The visions had been so real to Cameron that it felt like he'd been there for everything that they went through. Luckily, he hadn't felt anything, but it was as if he was in the room with them. This room. Brian seems to gain some control over himself and lets go of the coyote. Hi, little guy. Cameron isn't able to stand with his weak, shaking legs and sits down heavily on the ground, looking up at the looming bear. Kept calling your name and you wouldn't answer. I told you to let me know if the visions were starting. I couldn't. Brian waits, looking more impatient the more Cameron stammers, which only makes him stammer more. I swear to fucking God, why do all of you become whimpering little dipshits the second I lose my cool for like a second? He reaches down, and Cameron cringes as he's yanked up to his feet again. It's clear that Brian wants to keep him standing this time, so he does, steadying himself against the table behind him. Quit that crying! He does his best to stop, but the sobs keep coming. Brian, the visions, the people he'd just felt. It's not an easy thing to just shrug off. I said quit, not be quieter! Cameron's mouth dries up even more. His tongue, now sandpaper, against the roof of his mouth. His fear helps shock him into a statue-like state. Cameron knows he owes a lot to the sedative right now. Without it, he wouldn't be able to stop, and Brian might kill him. That's better, but next time. But faster next time. Got it? Okay. Cameron opens his mouth to answer, but finds himself yanked forward suddenly, only to come to a horrible, jarring stop as the bear slams his knee into the coyote's torso. Nice Jackal. Cameron watches as the luminous arches writhe about, convulsing, almost like they're mirroring the coyote's inner turmoil. The knee is so big compared to himself that it seems to cover most of his chest and stomach. You can thank your boyfriend for that one. He still earned you one more. Brian finally pulls back, and Cameron crumples to the ground, unable to process what Brian is saying. Not that he'd be able to understand it anyway. The coyote lets out guttural groans over and over again. What's that you're saying? Brian taunts him from above. Cameron responds with a whooping gasp, pressing his face into the floor in agony. I asked you a fucking question! Cameron is lifted into the air again, feeling his feet kick around for purchase on the ground as he once again dangles from his shirt, the fabric stretching to the point that Cameron can hear the threads popping in his collar. Cameron cracks open an eye, sees Brian drawing back a huge paw, and Cameron manages to choke out a few words with the tiny amount of air he's gathered into his collapsed lungs. Nothing. Cameron wheezes out between the words, knowing that this is exactly what Brian likes. But how can he stop himself? He's not even sure if stopping himself will help. Maybe that will only trigger Brian into hurting him more. But to Cameron's relief, the bear pauses and then slowly drops his fist. Cameron sees the wild look in Brian's eyes gradually leave as he stares at the gasping coyote in his grasp. Good. I guess I'll save the other for later then. The bear lets go, and Cameron slumps back to his knees, curling up in the fetal position. Now, what was it you saw? Ryder, hello. Hope you're doing alright today. Welcome on in. Welcome to pain. A lot of it. He didn't feel any pain. But now he does. Speak up, Arturo. The class needs to hear you. He's in front of 20 curious, attentive eyes, while his paws shake, almost making his papers rattle. He had less than a year to learn a new language. Now they expect him to give an entire book report. He'd give anything to be in his room, gaming on his brand new PlayStation 2. But first, he has to figure out how to survive these next 5 minutes. Echo? Oh no. This is Arches. The Echo side story. He's playing his PlayStation 4 in his dorm room when Maria walks in. Hey, beautiful. You able to get some sleep? He doesn't look up from his game. Ugh. Oh, you sure know my overflow toe. That makes him look up. Huh? He looks confused, frustrated. Born and sworn and to mourn forlorn? He puts down the controller and stands up. Baby, what? Arturo installs a lock on the medicine cabinet. Helps her eat healthy. Helps make sure she goes to bed at the right time. Whenever she feels a mood swing approaching, high or low, they prepare together. Maria once cried and told him that she wasn't worth it. That he should find someone that isn't an unpredictable mess. He told her she was definitely worth it, and that they just need to be prepared. Oh, Jesus. Arturo opens his eyes, then cringes at the ache in his head. Not an ache, but an explosion ripping through his skull, his brains, and down his spine. It hurts so much that he lets out a sound that's half moan, half scream. This time, it seems to take even longer for him to understand where and when he is. He had been moving as fast as he possibly could without actually running or jogging, since he isn't even capable of doing that. He guessed he had probably made it 2 miles away from Echo or so. 5 more to go. He'd just been thinking about how he was walking almost exactly like his grandfather did after his stroke. And Arturo had thought, now we'll actually have something to bond over. Before it happened. A dizzy spell, unlike all the others, made him stumble, like he was looking over the edge of a cliff. Then, anxiety, like he'd never known before, overcame him, making his heart beat so fast, Arturo was convinced it was going to explode. He got on his knees, started praying for help, and then, now he's here, on the ground, his nose and forehead stinging from where it just slammed into the asphalt, and the rest of his body just aches.
Shadow K Story is coming on in with 4 gremlins.
Hanukkah Story, thank you so much for the crud. What are you doing? Hello? I hope you're enjoying playing Loveburb. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing alright today. Be warned. Heavy topics. We've currently got kidnapping, substance abuse, brain injury, and close to death, and so much more. Lots and lots of stuff. I'm just letting you know right now. If this isn't your cup of tea, I'm just letting you know. Hi, TJ. I hope you're having a good day today. Welcome on in. Love how Alec rocks his head back forward to the music. Yeah. So good. But yes, welcome on in. We're playing Arches, or reading Arches. And ooh. Ooh. Pride? Yeah, happy Pride. I'm here enjoying the content until my DL finishes. Understandable. Y'all, I'm already in. I'm good. I don't look at numbers anymore. So, Crud is doing a help them move and fundraiser for certain other things. And if you've already read Arches, or maybe this isn't your cup of tea, I would highly recommend going to check Crudberry out when they start streaming, because good times. Crud's so good. Go check them out as well. Also, TJ. TJ's so good. We love TJ. TJ's crazy. TJ's the whole reason I have the Chonk redeem. Kebabbery. We love Kebabbery. Oh, I love your blinking eyes. Channel? Channel indeed.
My 600-pound Kerbo. Monday nights at 8.
Exactly. But yeah. I love your... I have my smoothing on too much. I can't blink that fast on stream. No, it's smooth so much that he doesn't even close his eyes. Jesus Christ. But still. Anyways. Y'all go follow these people. These are very good people. Ah. And Kofu. Kofu's so good. Tactical Fuzz, thank you so much for the thoughts. I do like to think about Bowser and Luigi sometimes. Ooh. I'll get you. I'll get you. Exactly. I have my Bowser. Oh, y'all, I know we're currently reading a really strong emotional note right now, but I recently added a couple more emotes to my 7TV catalog. Just letting you know. There's some pretty good ones in there now. Plus we have Pedro. I do like that one. Just letting you know. I like these ones. I like Run. Run was in Cat's stream, and I had to add it. If you want more big Hangana Hoogas, go follow Cat. Women. Yeah, Cat draws all the whammons, and they're so good. Go check them out. I see you added the Run emote. I did. I liked it. I was like, ooh, let me add this. You have some good ones, so I added that. That and Shadow's nice cock. Yeah. Anyways, yes. I don't have an exclamation point Pedro, but I do have Hazel. But yeah. Anyways, go follow these good people. They're so good. Oh. Okay. Sorry. Back to serious mode. Now he's here, on the ground, his nose and forehead stinging from where he just slammed it into the asphalt. and the rest of his body just aches. I wish Alec would suspend me in his jello pouch. I'll just put you right in there, just like, easy. He'd had a seizure, and even though he's never had one before, he knows that that's what happened. At least he was on his knees, so his face didn't have far to fall. Still, he's left feeling so exhausted, so defeated that he just wants to lay there. Hi, GJ. He'd been in a half-dream state, completely confused, as he stared around him, memories flicking through his mind like a Viewmaster. The story is so fucked, I cried so much when I played it. Abso-fucking-lutely, Jesus Christ. An hour had passed, maybe 2, before he finally understood what his situation was again. He almost wants to go back to that confused state. Pretend it's a dream. But now he's crying. Because how is he going to take care of Maria if he can barely walk, barely talk? She's good at taking care of herself, but he needs to be there, just in case. He needs to live. He needs to get better. And while he's glad to be out of Echo, he knows Cameron is still there. And if Devin is gone too, he knows the bear would only want him to save Cameron. Get up, Arturo. All your friends need you. Eventually, he slowly sits up, his paws shaking so badly. He's worried he's having another seizure, but eventually, he steadies himself. He needs to keep moving. So, with a deep, shuddering breath, Arturo starts to carefully get up, and that's when he sees it. Oh my god, this thing. Deej, I wonder if this was mentioned when we find out who this is. Okay. It stares, and Arturo just stares back silently. In that moment, he's sure he actually did die. That what he assumed was a seizure was really just the end. Is it Slenderman? The Echo lore is real. The Echo lore is actually real. And what he assumed was a seizure was really just the end. Now, this thing, this embodiment of death, is here to take him. Now Slenderman lives. We got lives to save. Not now, Slenderman. We've got lives to save. Instead of moving toward him, though, or really acknowledging him in any way, it doesn't move at all. Arturo notices something out of the corner of his eye. Though it's distant, he sees lights, headlights, multiple headlights moving in both directions on a landscape. The highway. Arturo looks back, but it's gone. With nothing else to do, he starts to get up. He's sure that he didn't see those lights before he collapsed, but a lot of memory is missing. Several patches between when he was shot and now are unaccounted for. And what he saw was probably just a product of his failing brain. So wordlessly, he walks in his wide stance, with his arms swinging awkwardly, knowing that nothing will be the same again. I'm sorry, I'm really into this. No, you're fine. After telling Brian everything he can remember, the bear seems satisfied. Did you try to... I'm sorry. Did you try and talk to them? No, I didn't have time. The bear waves away the coyote's excuse. Just do it next time. I won't interrupt you. Cameron wants to tell the bear that he's not even sure he can talk to them. Because after all this time, he's starting to think that he shouldn't even be able to. He can see what's happened in the past. Maybe even see what might happen in the future. But that's it. He only sees a record. But if they acknowledge him, communicate with him, then that's something he doesn't want anything to do with. Devin had said that he doesn't believe in demons, but that's what Cameron thinks they are. All of these unexplainable forces that haunt and torment the living. It's all demons. Brian disappears again, and because he doesn't grab the coyote, Cameron assumes he isn't meant to follow him. A minute or two later, Cameron hears a loud snorting sound, and he flinches. Then it happens again, and Cameron looks over to see Brian leaning over the counter, head low. Heck. Oh, heck. I'm lurking, but holy shit, this is good. Love y'all, chat. Have a good one, Krabubbery. Yeah, that means he's about to go stream, and if you want to go check out what Crudberry is doing for his heckin' move-a-thon, subathon thing, I would highly recommend going and check that out. Just saying. Ooh, Trust me, don't worry, we're good. I've already got the checkpoint. Crudberry does not. Go if you want to give your views to them, go for it. Get loved on, nerd. Anyways, have a good one, Crud. May your move stream be successful. Look with your special eyes. I'm looking at Krabubbery. I'm looking at you. Anyways, then it happens again, and Cameron looks over to see Brian leaning over the counter, head low. Hey. Combined with the sound and posture, Coyote knows that the bear is definitely snorting something. I'm gonna bite your legs. Green. But also, thanks, I suppose. You're welcome. Also, just letting you know, y'all know how my Ma emote that Crudberry drew for me as a tier 3? It's a bit emote in Crudberry's chat. Mine, you have to sub to me every week at a tier 3 to get it. If you go to Crud's, you give them bits, provided Crud doesn't change the bit amount. You guys get that for the rest of ever in Crudberry's chat. I'm just saying, incentive to donate. Bites you and bites you and bites you. Anyways. Nice vor emote. It's a Ma emote. I love Ma's. Ma's are good. I can't within TOS say what I'm gonna bite now. Anyways. Combined with the sound and posture, the coyote knows that the bear is definitely snorting something. He'd been in a similar position many times in the past. Either way, he's not about to ask the bear what he's snorting. He can only hope that it's something that knocks Brian out, or at the very least, slows him down. After sniffing and dabbing at his nostrils, the bear returns to Cameron's side. Well, let's go outside to a spot that I think you'll get better reception or whatever. Before Cameron can fully comprehend what Brian just said, he finds himself being forced over the huge bear's shoulder before being lifted in a fireman's carry. I like this game. Hi, Babana. We love Alex. Alex is so good. Ugh. Okay. could also OD. That's a thing that could happen. Like right now. Unfortunately, I think with the amount of drugs that we've given Cameron, not we, him, that he's given Cameron, unfortunately, I think Cameron's the more likely to overdose. But the bear is taking good care of him, so I'm assuming, well, good care to the point that, like, he's making sure he doesn't OD, because he's still got a use for him. He's keeping him alive, exactly. And I hope you're having a good day today. Hold on, let me do this one. And Sharky. Diana, we love Alimps. Go follow Alimps. Do heckin' good art. Go follow Armkey. Armkey so good. Go follow Snugs. Snugs so good. Good beans. Cameron closes his eyes, clutching into the fur of Brian's back as the bear lumbers heavily around, listening to the sound of a screen door swinging open and then shut. He can sense that they're outside, the air warm from the lingering heat of the day. Then he finds his feet coming into contact with the ground. Cameron looks at his surroundings, while Brian ambles about 5 feet away, picking at the dirt and foliage. It's twilight now, at least as far as Cameron can tell. The eerie, ominous red has not gone away, even though they're well past sunset. Never been afraid of a shape before this game. It's... this whole everything is awful. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Them arches. The eerie, always moving in circles. Always moving in circles. Always moving in circles. The eerie, ominous red hasn't gone away, even though they're well past sunset. The first time he tried shrooms, colors did change, but in the sense that they became more vibrant and saturated. The forest looks just like it did when he had the vision about the static entity. Can I move in circles? Yeah, just do, I believe it's colon. I don't think you even have to type colon. Hold on. Is it just Pedro? Might have to do colon. Hold on, let me see. It's all lowercase Pedro. Could be. Yeah, there you go. Then you can move in circles. The forest looks just like it did when he had the vision about this. Oh, hello!
Video gaming is coming on in with 17 gremlins.
Did it say video gaming? Why did it completely ignore the BJ and replace it with an SH? Weird. BJ, thank you again for the heckin' raid. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing alright today. Ah. How's Resident Evil? I hope it was going well. Oh. But yeah. Welcome on in, everybody. Letting you know right now, extremely heavy topics: sexual assault, drug abuse, drugging other people, kidnapping, and for lack of better terms, being shot in the back of the skull. We're currently going through some of the heavy parts of the game right now. If this does not interest you, I will not blame you if you book it. Why did it ignore the BJ? Alekgator? Listen, TJ. I don't want to hear it. Doing really good. Had a friend show me this game for the first time. Oh, that's a lot. What the heck are you playing? We're playing Arches. An Echo story. I don't know if you've ever played Echo, visual novel, Echo VN. But this is in the same universe, even in the same city as that game. Hi Archimedes. Oh, come on in. I played some visual novels, but not those ones. Well, if you need to know what we're talking about, you could probably do no worse than starting with the first one. But that's on your own time and it's completely free. This is a separate side story that they both reference each other because they're both in the same universe. So yeah. Gonna get like a three sentence recap for this? Well, do you plan on playing it? Because no. Right now, we've been kidnapped, we've been shot in the back of the head, and we've been drugged. I'm not mentally ready for Echo related content. That's okay. I don't blame you. This is tough. Wanna watch a bear justify the existence of the death penalty? This is your game. Wouldn't you be like dead then? Hold on real quick. 1 second. 1 second. This is the kidnapped one. Oops. This is the drugged one. I'm not gonna let you know what's going on. And this is the one that shot on the back of the head. So yes, we are all three currently at the moment. But you know, Echo's amazing, don't get me wrong, but I have to be in the right mindset. Oh, absolutely. Music's so well done. Yeah. I hate how homophobic the Echo entities are. The gays just can't be happy in the city. And what's funny is, I can't even give that away, actually. Yeah. I'm so confused but intrigued. Yeah, that's a spoiler. That is actually a spoiler as well as to why they are doing what they do. What's funny is nothing. Nothing is funny. Everything is pain. I miss when Deidre's here. That scan looking like, oh. We love the heckin' where whiskey squimsh. This game is pain. It sure do be. Happy Pride Month. Happy Pride Month pizza. Pizza Killer, I hope you're having a good day today. He was with Dev then. How is this even happening? Who's having these thoughts? Devin? What? Cameron jumps back to the presence. The present, even though it's not the present. Because time has stopped existing. This is just a moment in a never-ending series of moments. Happy Pride? Yeah. Oh, I like your little pride emote you got there, Kofu. That's so good. I suppose this is nicely timed with Pride Month? Maybe not? Celebrating Pride with arches. Oh, morning, Alec. Good morning, Silver. Shot, drugged, and kidnapped. For these 3 different playthroughs are all happening. These are all happening in a single playthrough. We can still hear my voice on the wind. The wind beckons me. What are you, Russ now? From last night? Is time always happening at once? Brian is still looking at him with a piercing gaze. His fur is once again writhing about in his body, as if it comes back to life. It is a full visual novel experience. Our narrator is omniscient, jumping between different protagonists. Yeah. Feel the wind in my bones, Alec. Yeah, I saw Russ last night. Yeah. Russ was a Blitz. Sorry, I'm having a hard time concentrating. He lost himself for a moment and just blurted the first name that came to his mind to center himself and confirm that he still exists. The trip is reaching the same levels he experienced in high school that had sent him running through an unfamiliar public park. His friends having to chase and pin him down. Ha! I'll fucking bet. I didn't even measure what I gave you because I thought you'd only take 1 swallow. There was a fuck ton though. Oh. There's nothing he can add to that. It's scary. But it's the way that Brian is acting that's really scaring him. Whatever he took is obviously kicking in, and it's definitely not calming him down. I might have woken up still a blitzed. Oh. Stupid weird Brian face. Wow, me too. Wow. Oh. Well. Something wrong? Brian's tone is taunting and cruel. To Cameron's horror, Brian comes closer, right next to the coyote. No, I'm just feeling off because of the shrooms. Oh shit, you're on like 3 milligrams of Xannies too. I totally forgot. Fuck, you better not fall asleep or go all delirious on me, understand? Because if you do, I'll probably just kill you. Cameron stays still. He's reached the stage where he feels solidly stuck in a dream. One that he'll be in for several more hours. Who's dreaming? Hey, what's the matter? Am I making you feel uncomfortable? Is there something wrong with me? Cameron shakes his head with tiny jerks, barely moving it. I asked a fucking question. I'm noticing you're on something, that's all. Oh, well, no shit, kid. You think I was blowing my nose in there or something? Well, I was thinking maybe we were going to see things together. You'd take a downer, and you'd take a downer, but it looks like you're on an upper. Why would I want to see that shit when I got you? I don't like the ones out here. That's why I took it. Want to guess what I'm on? Cameron doesn't. But now that he knows cowering isn't going to help him, he plays along. Well, these vibes are horrendous. Absolutely, Silver. Bare nipple. Burple. Hi, Chai. We are not in a good place right now. We are not in any sort of good place right now. Normally, I'd be like, oh, husband. Right now, it's get the fuck away from me. Jesus fucking Christ. Maybe cocaine? Adderall? You fucking kidding me, kid? Adderall? Do I look like a college brat trying to pull an all-nighter? Shit's like a cup of coffee to me. Cameron doesn't say anything, but Brian keeps quiet, like he's waiting for the next guess. Meth? It's not the nipple that matters, it's to whom it's attached to. Those nips ain't worth a struggle. Yeah. Too expansive, but close enough. Ephedrone. Okay. Sorry, I never really did stims. Not after what happened to his mother. bath salts. Oh. No. And it feels fucking amazing. What follows is the sight of a 500-pound bear awkwardly dancing and swinging his massive arms around violently, growling and laughing. It's terrifying. As the crazed bear is shadowboxing about 20 feet away, Cameron begins to realize he might be able to run. But with his muscles weak from the sedative and his mindset absolutely fucked from the hallucinogen, he might not be able to outrun Brian. He's starting to forget that he even exists. Still, he might be able to hide. The desert is full of cracks and crevices that he might be able to squeeze into. To wait out. Brian is there, heaving for breath. Fuck, gotta relax. It's been a while, so I'm getting a huge rush. Gotta remember, I ain't as young as I used to be. My heart's probably gonna give any day now. Please let your heart give out. Please just die and let this nightmare, this decades-long nightmare you've created, end. Decades-long nightmare. Who is in you? Way too much. Anyways, it's making me forget what we're even doing. Remind me again, little buddy. Brian smiles at the young coyote. Cameron takes that as his cue to smile back. If Cameron is remembering correctly, stimulants make people more empathetic, and he hopes he can tap into that. I'm gonna help you calm down some spirits? Cameron wants to say, and then you'll let me go. Brian doesn't keep promises, and bringing it up might only trigger him to do more terrible things. Cam, don't you dare pull a chunter and fall over or something. New emotes from Try Today? New chai emotes. Ugh. I mean, he may be talking about all the people who Brian killed to establish the timeline. True, he might be. But what I'm thinking is, the thing that attacked Cameron, that got the bear to acknowledge all these guys, I wonder if it is currently in him as well, you know, waiting for the right time. Cameron wants to say, oh, exactly, hi chai. Cameron wants to say, and then you'll let me go. But Brian doesn't keep promises. Bringing it up might only trigger him to do more terrible things. I came in just at this conversation. I didn't know there was actual supernatural stuff. Oh yeah. Just read it as, I would rather be dead right now. A heart attack would be a relief. That, and now that they're outside, Cameron is sure he can feel Devon's presence. Alive, but hurt. The coyote is desperately trying to figure out what to do next. Brian seems to know exactly what's going on in Cameron's mind. What about your bear? Maybe I was just getting the wrong vibes, but I thought he was your boyfriend. Of course. That's why I'm doing this. Oh fuck, I forgot to tell you, he overheated in the van. Got distracted with you and left him there too long. A few seconds pass, during which Cameron's mind is telling him 10 different ways to react. Cameron knows for a fact that Devon's alive. But should he act terrified to satisfy the bear? Brian interrupts with a giggle. Nah, he's fine. Just wanted to make sure the feelings between the two of you are mutual. Your face said it all. Brian laughs and lets out a high-pitched whoop that echoes around the quiet forest. Not knowing what else to do, Cameron does his best to go along with Brian's game and forces a laugh. Holy shit, you really got me there. I thought my heart was about to give out. Damn, you're cute. Cutest little yote I ever seen. Oh, thanks, but you know, drugs, they make everything seem better. I think I'm more on the ugly side of things if I'm being honest. I mean, I haven't showered in a while either. Cameron pretends to be self-consciously smooth. Pretends to self-consciously smooth over his head for... Nah, you were cute before I amped up. Also, I've had guys shit themselves because either they were scared or they thought it would stop me from doing what I did. It didn't. Because this shit I'm on makes me horny as fuck. So not only do you look cute, it is cute. Thinking that I might help you. Burn this damn bear and then send his ass to fucking rehab. And if he speaks once, he shall be forced to drink 5 gallons of gasoline. Am I being a bit too generous? You're being too generous. We need him to fucking die. Hi, SBO. Welcome on in. I hate this bear. This bear sucks. Absolutely. All my homies hate Brian. All of my homies hate Brian. Characters that make me wish for a shotgun. Of course. Cameron saw the torture Brian inflicted. The bear had to be drugged up whenever he was doing it. Cameron can especially remember Daniel's experience and his thoughts. 10, 15, sometimes even 20 hours of non-stop physical and mental torture, and it would go on and on and on and wouldn't stop until the bear's exhausted body would pass out. And then he would sleep for an entire day, sometimes longer, before the process would begin again. But luckily for you, we got more important things to do. Come stand here next to me. Okay, I'm gonna help you. Cameron tries to make it sound like he's on the bear's side. Who's thinking these thoughts? But as Cameron moves to stand beside Brian, it finally seems to sink in that Brian is going to kill them. Not because it's obvious, but because he's starting to pick up on the bear's thoughts. He's reading his mind. He thinks he murdered Artie, but he didn't. For whatever reason, either because he's outside or because he's spacing out even more, he's certain of that. He'd never been close friends with the cat, but Cameron had gotten to know him. And that feeling, that amalgamation of a person that is Artie, it's still out there. Cameron mentally reaches out to the cat, but it's so far, so distant, and something is wrong with Artie. His amalgamation is missing some parts. Devon is still full, and nearby, and it shines like a beacon in the darkness of the barren desert. I'll be glad when someone gets this damn bear and burns him to ash and then uses a shotgun to shoot the ashes. Can people tell I hate this bear? Just asking. Literally everyone hates him. We hate him so much. So awful. I like that everyone comes in and they're like, oh my god, look at this bear bod. And then like I read 1 or 2 sentences that come from their very mouth and they're like, oh my god, I hate this guy. Fuck this guy. It's so good. The writers did a wonderful job with this dude. Look at this methed out bear bod. Oh yeah. Soon Fox, hello. Welcome on in. Happy Pride Month. Let me drink some water real quick. Mr. Grawley, hello. The sweet voice of Alec. Hi, Grawley. Grawley, I hope you're having a good day today. Be Wilder, hello. If only his body was on a better person. Oh yeah. Hope y'all are having a good day today. Damn, made chicken pot pie. Life is great. Hell yeah. I mean, he can be a better person. He just has a long way to go. And it sure as hell don't look like he's gonna make that effort to do it. So, while Brian is telling him to contact people he murdered and buried under the ground, Cameron instead reaches out for Devon. A few minutes after Brian left, Devon became frantic. Even though he knows it won't help, it'll only make things worse, the instinctual part of his brain overwhelms everything. With low, bearish grunts and growls, he yanks and pulls and lunges with all of his weight, just trying to get something other than his own wrist to break. He's already contemplated dislocating or even breaking his thumbs to pull his paw out of the cuffs, like he'd seen characters do in some movies. But just by looking at the metal, you can tell they're too well fitted for that to do any good. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Also, Big Fuck. Thank you so much for the follow as well. He could gnaw his thumbs off, and he'd still be stuck. But he just yanks until the blood is seeping into his paw fur. And even with that added lubrication, they don't budge. Please, please, please. That's the only word he says with each grunt of exertion. Finally, as the drugged water begins to take effect, Dev slumps on his side, crying. He sobs harder than he has ever had in his adult life. Cameron, I'm so sorry. Cameron, please. Hi, Taryn. He killed them. All because he needed to find out. Turns out he will find out. Because they're going to die. How could he do this to Cameron? How could he be so stupid, naive, inconsiderate, selfish? In a flash of rage and desperation, Devin viciously gnaws at his right forearm, snarling. Can someone please give some positivity here? I think the closest realistic sentence he could get is at least a life sentence. A life sentence? No. He deserves torture. He deserves nothing to the fullest extent of the law. The law is not meant for this man. The law will only grant him what he wants. We need this man to suffer. What have I wandered into? Hi, Mad Dog Air Pirate. Welcome. Hold my dancing. Wow. Welcome to pain, Mad Dog. In a flash of rage and desperation, Devin viciously gnaws at his right forearm, snarling. Again, he knows it's senseless, pointless, detrimental. But self-loathing is all-consuming, and he mostly just wants to punish himself. After several seconds, he stops. After blinking away the blur of tears, he sees that while some fur is missing, he barely broke the skin. I didn't say what he deserved, just what the courts would do. Of course, speculating. Absolutely. Devin lets out a hopeless, despairing laugh, even while tears stream down his face. The metal enclosure makes the laugh sound loud and hollow. And that's when Devin stops and realizes how unhinged he sounds. How he shouldn't be acting like this. He doesn't have a right to break down. His friend is dead. And his best friend. Devin knows he needed to do everything he can to get out. The next time Brian is within reach, he's going to do everything he can to make sure he dies. He'll rip his throat out. But while that fire is rekindled in his chest, he can't fight whatever drug the bear gave him. Devin suspects that it's making him a bit delirious too. Either way, powerful. And Devin knows he probably won't be able to do much for another hour or two. So he lays down, trying to keep his ears open so they can be ready for the old bear if he comes back. If Cameron dies, it doesn't matter if I escape. I won't be able to live with that. Maddie! Maddie! Mateo! Huh? No one's used his second name since. Why couldn't you just watch her? Devin! Devin stays curled up because he knows he imagined that. His brain is playing tricks on him. Or, Devin, it's me, I'm here! Cam? Devin stares at the swirling patterns and lines. Are you okay? No, no, none of us are okay. You're not okay. I don't even know if you're alive. Devin tries to move towards Cameron, but he stays at a constant 10 feet away, no matter how hard the bear tries to get him. Devin, I am real. Cameron carefully enunciates each of those words. I'm doing this through, like, my mind, I think. I do know what this is, vaguely. I know what the artist is, at least. So if you've ever played Echo, or if you have heard of Echo, this is a side story of Echo, which is in the same universe of Echo and the Echo universe. If you don't know what Echo is, you can play it there for free and experience the pain and torment that is. Hee hee hoo hoo. Hi, Crowsbar. The best drug a bear can give is a hug, so it's 32 bear hugs to Alec. Wow.
The best drug a bear can give is a hug. So, gives 32 bear hugs to Alec Beard 416 hug.
Thank you so much for the resubscription. I appreciate it. You make it sound so great. It honestly is a very good story. They're very good stories. I do highly recommend it. But boy, they are painful. It was a Silent Hill-like city with really homophobic entities there. Watch out. I can't comment on that. If you play the Echo game, you'll figure out why. And that's all I can say. Oh no, he's going to OD on hugs. Oh! Doing this through my mind, I think? I'm fucking psychic, remember? Well, now I know this is my bullshit. Now I know this is my bullshit. This is what got us into this nightmare in the first place. Devin. Yeah, you know what? Fuck you. Fuck you. You are exactly what I was hoping you'd be. You don't exist. My sick, fucked up mind is making up this version of you that I have no right to create, and... Devin's voice trembles with emotion. He's never had a dream where he's felt this real before. This alive. And of course it's happening when he's feeling at his absolute worst. I just wish you were real so I can actually tell you how sorry I am. But I can't take any of this back, even if we somehow make it out. And you look fine, but I know you're not fine, because you're with that goddamn bear. And it's quiet for a moment, the only sound being Devin sobbing. Devin, I know there isn't much I can do to convince you that I'm real. All I can say is that I am real, and that I love you dearly. I love you too. And yeah, Brian is hurting me, just like he's hurting all of us. What's he doing to you? What happened to me not being real? Well, just in case, are you okay? The look on Cameron's face makes Devin's stomach drop. Well, not really, no. But he's keeping me alive, so that's what's important. But you see those patterns? Yeah? Well, Brian drugged me with shrooms. I'm tripping absolute balls right now. Hallucinogens enhance my abilities, and I think I kinda created this space. I really can't make this stuff up. Well, maybe you're right. But he drugged me too, you know? This could still all be me. You don't give psychedelics to someone you're trying to sedate. Anyway, it turns out I'm not that different from my mom. It's all arches. I see them when I take certain drugs. Devin looks up at the patterns, and for the first time, he feels like this might actually be Cameron. Cameron? It's me, yes. Cameron, oh my god, please let this be real. Baby, I'm so sorry. No. We don't have time right now. Also, I kind of read your mind, so I already know. Sorry about that, by the way. It just happens. It's just happening automatically. But I can sense Brian's thoughts too. And now I know where you are, where the van is, and that you're in a set of handcuffs. And I know where the keys are. I'll get you out somehow. Cameron, honey, please don't do anything that might get you hurt, please. Ira Wolf, and hello. Devin sees Cameron's lip tremble. Devin, you know I can't promise that in this situation. Neither of us can, but we're doing this together. Cameron! Shit. Brian, is he there with you? I'm gonna be fine, but I gotta go. I love you. Cameron! No, damn it, please! He crumples into the darkness, feeling helpless. He should be there with Cameron, not here, sleeping and doing nothing. Hi, Dula Dejanda. Welcome on in. We're doing this together. With a great deal of effort, Devin smothers the frustration and terror, knowing that he should have some faith in his boyfriend. If Cameron thinks he can do this, then Devin realizes he has to believe him. But doubt that it had been real at all starts to creep in again. And even though Cameron had convinced him at the time, he continues to rest, waiting to see if his coyote comes to free him. And hopefully then, he can finally get his claws on Brian. You've been standing there for a good 10 minutes, so what'd you see? I'm having trouble because they won't talk to me. Oh, and why is that? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, and why is that? I think it's because you're here, and they're scared of you. Maybe if you... Cameron screams, clawing and clutching at the huge fist on his ear. Brian twisting it viciously before lifting up so that Cameron's feet actually lifts off the ground. He didn't know it was possible to feel that much pain from his ears, even though he knows they're sensitive. Oh, stop! You sneaky fucking faggot! He violently shakes Cameron, and the coyote twists his body, grabbing the bear's forearm, trying to get his legs lifted up and wrapped around the bear's bicep to lessen the pressure. Brian won't allow it. You know you said everything out loud just now? What? You know exactly what? Cameron is slammed up against the trunk of a tree, the impact resonating through his body. Instantly, Brian's huge, rugged muzzle is next to his own, much smaller, narrow snout, the bear snorting heavily. Cameron fights as best as he can, but his feet are off the ground. Again, he kicks and twists, but the grip is more powerful than anything he's felt before. He can actually feel his eyes bulge, his tongue stick out involuntarily. And once again, he finds himself drowning. In that moment, it isn't the crushing pressure on his neck, or the horrid rancid breath that's coming from the old bear that Cameron notices the most. It's that Brian doesn't even seem angry. He doesn't seem enraged that the coyote has been contacting Devin. He doesn't seem upset that Cameron broke his word to help the old bear with his demons. Instead, Brian looks ecstatic, excited, all while staring right into Cameron's face, watching the coyote's mouth open and close noiselessly. Hi, Jerry. I've been having an alert for a while, and I don't usually enjoy these types of stories, but I was exposed to enough horrific fanfiction in my youth that this doesn't really bother me. Please strike Brian down with the force of 1,000 suns. Amen. Ugh. Vaguely, Cameron can sense a battle taking place inside Brian. He desperately wants to have his way with Cameron, but he also wants Cameron to exorcise the ghosts. But Cameron can also sense that Brian is realizing his plans were doomed from the start. How would he ever hide the fact that he killed a loving couple in this infamous abandoned town? He knows people will look for them, unlike his previous victims. The bear is deciding that they're all going to die. This is the end, and he'll end it with one final victim. It doesn't fucking matter. Brian hisses in Cameron's face. Something moves out of the corner of Cameron's eye, and he looks to see a somewhat familiar face. It's black, void-like. Features with swirling red eyes stare at him. You can see them in his eyes. Watching him too. Like it's just as fascinated as Brian. Cameron senses very little intention or emotion from this creature. But he finally realizes that its purpose in this forest is simple. Record the terrible things that happen in it. Cameron is about to become one of its next recordings. The coyote's vision blurs, and one paw drops to slip into Brian's pocket, disguising it as him trying to push the bear away. He feels and finds the single key that he knew would be there. God damn it, you're a fucking cute one, you know? Brian's voice trembles with cruel, passionate emotion and nuzzles the coyote. He squeezes harder. Cameron's eyes roll up, all while putting the key in his own pocket, but he's not sure that it matters. Brian already heard his plan. More importantly, though, is that Brian isn't letting up. As he fades into darkness, Cameron feels a part of himself die. The trip peaks, and suddenly, Cameron is everything at once. Oops, that's a clip of what just happened. A clip of what just happened? Oh. You can try to... Didn't you see the eye? The eye? Red eyes, green gator? What? What do you mean? Hold on, let me look. Oh, that the eye appeared on my eye? Neat. I do like that. It's funny. You watch it. That clip name? Annoying apathetic tooth. Come on, bruh. I had to clip it. Good. The trip peaks, and suddenly Cameron is everything at once. He's a trailer home in the northwest. He's a desert lake. He's a broken road. He's a trailer home in the southwest. He's a train cutting through the wilderness. He's being shot in the head. He's being hung from a tree. He's being beaten to death. He's swimming under an arch. He stumbles into a pond. He's in a space shuttle smashing into the ocean. He's dead. He's a dead town. Dead, but with working reflexes, using the tools that it still holds tightly in its grasp. Cameron disappears, and these thoughts and feelings are no longer his, because he isn't who he is. He is everything, and because of that, he can see everything. Pain pounds rhythmically in their head like a heavy drum beat, making their ears pin back tightly before they begin to whine, and then croak as their sore throat protests against making the sound. They stare at the scene before them, and then blink. But it doesn't help them make sense of what's in front of them. I did figure that. The trees did look like the arches that they were looking for. So many arches. In fact, it seems to make it worse. Who's making sense of who's making sense of what that's in front of who? These intrusive thoughts about not existing. Who's having these thoughts? See? You're coming round. Fear rises up into his throat. Something deep in his brain is telling him to flee that voice, to escape from it. But he's still too confused to figure out who or what he even is right now, because he still feels like nothing. But he's also still conscious, enough to know that he is, in fact, something. He remembers that he's someone named Cameron. He remembers his situation, and he remembers that he's been drugged with shrooms and Xanax. His trip has reached its dizzying peak. His sense of self is so utterly decimated that he isn't sure how he's ever going to feel the same again. The terror and torture of the past 2 days has culminated to this, the moment that his mind gives in and breaks, and Cameron can't tell what's real and what isn't anymore. But there's something else too. Despite the terrible loss of who he was, Cameron, this amalgamation he calls Cameron, is sensing things even more vividly than he had just a few minutes ago when he'd contacted Dev. Cameron sees what's ahead of him, but he's seeing so much more. In his mind, he looks forward, and he sees a myriad of people in front of him, though they're all the same people. Devin, Brian, and himself, locked in a vicious spinning blur of claws and teeth, blood and horrific, unidentifiable viscera. It's confusing, seeing so many versions of himself and his boyfriend, and he turns his head to glance away, not wanting to see that violence. And then, noticing something over his shoulder, he looks back, and this time, he sees one version of himself, along with Brian. He sees his unconscious body being pinned against a tree for a while longer before he crumples to the ground. What the hell? His voice is low, husky, barely audible. Brian laughs, startling the coyote out of his visions of violence. I choked you the fuck out, that's what! Cameron blinks at the bear, and then back at the forest. I thought I died. Hey, not yet, kid. We got a few things to do first, and you probably want to see your boyfriend too, eh? Not sure you'll get to talk to him since he's knocked out. Knocked out? Yep. Wait, what? Relax. It's just, Rohypnol? Sure, I gave him a good amount. They're a few decades old because they made them illegal in the States back in the 90s. You know, when pills get old, they don't work so good no more. Brian goes on and on about Rohypnol and how it used to be the premier date rape drug in the country. Cameron watches the bear's mouth move in waves and ripples. Yellow teeth poking out from behind his lips as saliva collects and becomes frothy at the corners. Who's watching this? Cameron reassures himself automatically. I'm watching this, and I need to save Devin. He's not so convinced by the first part, though. Me, Cameron. Simple concepts that aren't so simple anymore. Just like in high school, he's stopped existing. It's different this time, though. The Xanax is certainly quashing the panic he should be feeling right now. This time, his perspective is from a completely different angle. Cameron's amalgamation does still exist, but the borders have dissolved, and he seems to be seeping into everything. Despite already knowing he's insignificant, he's still awestruck by how small Cameron is compared to the world. Even the bugs crawling beneath the leaves make Cameron feel small. An entire world he knows nothing about. But entangling his identity with the universe also means he's entangled with Brian. The bear is missing parts of himself, kinda like Artie. Shattered pieces and jagged holes, pockmarking the landscape of his life. Cameron almost feels sorry for him. Maybe that if things had just been a little bit different, the odds just a little more in Brian's favor, he could have been a very different person. What's really disturbing, though, is the genuine affection he has for Cameron, his urge to caress and hold the coyote. But there's a hatred there too, a disgust for what Cameron is. Young, attractive, and a fag. Not just queer, like Brian considered himself to be, but a faggot. The kind of queer that acts real cute before fucking over the real men who should be doing all the fucking. So it feels good to punish Cameron, but it's even better to watch him suffer. To watch the way his body writhes, his mouth open for air, his eyes wide and fearful. Cameron himself feels recoil from understanding Brian's thought process, a way of thinking he never considered himself. That thought process isn't what makes Brian the terrible person that he is. Cameron knows that most don't have a say in how their sexual interests and fetishes develop, though the thoughts themselves aren't exactly evil, at least not to Cameron. Cameron knew a few guys from college who had interests similar to Brian. During his first year of dating Devin, the bear had timidly asked him if he could gently close his teeth over the coyote's neck and growl. It was thrilling and intense, and Cameron loved the rush. But then, Devin had a nightmare about tearing out Cameron's throat, and that was the end of that. So to Cameron, Brian isn't all that strange. What makes Brian different isn't that he has fetishes. He's not crazy. He's not a psychopath. No, the true root of Brian's evil is clear. He's selfish, and he's never satisfied with what he gets. Selfish enough to put dozens of young people through hellish torture until they finally died. All while having the capacity to fully control himself. All while having full access to alternatives like roleplay. But it's not enough. He always needs more. All for his own fleeting, drug-fueled, sexual gratification, because at one point, Brian decided that's what makes him feel good. So fuck this world that makes him feel bad. He'd found some release in strangling Cameron, and now his focus is turning back to a vague idea on how to use Cameron's abilities. Something to stop him from spending the rest of his eternity with his victims torturing him. Cameron could spoil the ending for Brian, let him know that when everyone dies, they just cease to be what they were. That's it. Ghosts, demons, poltergeists, creations of the living, and whatever it is that's an echo. Cameron draws back at this point, getting overwhelmed by all the thoughts coming from the old bear, unable to understand them without more context. Looking forward, he glimpses the various scenarios again, and the one constant is death. Most involve him dying, and a good amount involve Devin dying as well. Cameron imagines that this is indicative of what's most likely to happen. But a few, just two, in fact, show Cameron and Devin surviving, with Brian either living or dying. Cameron doesn't care much about the latter, just as long as he can get Devin and himself out of Echo alive. They can deal with Brian afterwards. Cameron doesn't even care much if he doesn't make it, especially in this state of mind, but he won't accept not being able to save Devin. Suddenly remembering what he had done earlier, Cameron tries to subtly brush his pocket and is amazed that the key is still there. Brian know? Well, he does know that Cameron had planned, but in his own excitement, and especially because he's tweaked out, he's hyper-focusing on other things. He'd almost missed the key being taken out of his pocket. He'd also missed. That, in Brian's memory, is terrible. Decades of drugs at neurotoxic doses had dismantled who he used to be. He doesn't even seem to remember why he choked Cameron in the first place. Toxic as fuck. Oh, Brian has that real self-loathing brain rot. Oh yeah, well, I've written characters like this, but never quite this dark. This is impressive. Oh yeah. Bear, not a good one. Not a good one, Sizik. Hi, Sizik. I hope you're doing alright today. Had to make connections down in Sonora. Stuff was over the fucking counter there, so it was easy to get. But getting it over the fucking border is a whole different issue. Brian suddenly stops talking, eyes narrowing. Bear brain goes squinch. Yeah. Excuse me. Had the burps. Cameron's pulse quickens as he wonders if Brian had just remembered his plan. What's wrong? His voice is still rough from the strangling, a deep soreness starting to emanate from the core of his neck. I don't know. I just like you better when you're smiling. But if I'm fucking boring you, just say so. It takes Cameron a few seconds to understand what Brian is even talking about, then even a few more to scan the bear's thoughts. In Brian's mind, his smiling has a lot to do with how interesting the bear's over-explanation of Rohypnol is, so Cameron quickly puts one on his face. Oh, sorry, it is really interesting. I'm just so overwhelmed with the drugs and... Shut up! Cameron shuts up. Brian starts to work his jaw, like he's chewing something, before clenching his fists. Cameron tenses up, preparing himself to be hit again. You're cute, but not that cute, and I'm not that stupid. I hate fags like you, sucking up and sucking dicks just to get what you really want. Brian's mind flicks through a few faces, and the only one defined enough for Cameron to comprehend is a fox in a red hat. And then, Brian seems to relax. The anger is still there, the bear having honed it to become more cool and collected, which only makes it all the more terrifying. Sure, stimulants increase empathy in a normal brain, but if Brian abused them to the point that amphetamines feel like caffeine, then it probably only increases his irritability and rage. That's what his mother was like at the end, and it always confused Cameron as to why someone would want to do a drug that would make them feel worse. I got a better idea. Cameron gasps as Brian grabs him by the ear. No, stop, I can walk with you. I won't try to run. Ow! Cameron senses the bear's amusement at his fear of being pulled up by the ear again. The coyote quickly stifles his begging and realizes it might shift Brian's interest back to using Cameron for torture rather than his abilities. The pain had been blinding, but it's nothing, absolutely nothing, compared to what this bear has done to others. Cameron manages to settle into a stumbling walk as Brian pulls him along, bent over and trying to see the ground in the darkness, all while he tries carefully to follow the bear's rough, unpredictable movements. Every minute or so, Cameron looks forward and sees the scenario he's aiming for, still within reach, so he keeps walking. Meanwhile, a van emerges from the trees, parked a ways off from the side of the road. Brian freezes, staring. Then he lets out a surprised laugh. Well, I'll be damned, the fucker got away! Ooh. The coyote winces as Brian continues to hold him by his ear. Cameron hopes that he's talking about Devin, even though he can sense the presence of the younger bear just ahead of him. The coyote would be glad to be proven wrong about his abilities, especially if it meant Devin gets away. But Cameron knows. That cat, I swear I shot him twice too. Then again, he didn't do that weird jerking thing people do when you give him the kill shot. I guess I must have missed the second time. I thought maybe I'd just killed him with the first. Cameron looked where Brian is staring and sees a spot where Arturo must have been. Dark stains covering the leaves, along with what looks like vomit. And Cameron feels his own stomach churn at the sight. It's difficult to connect his outgoing, oblivious friend to the mess. And Cameron feels guilt mingle with his misery as he realizes what's happening to Artie is their fault. But he knows Artie is far away now, miles away, and Cameron silently encourages the cat to keep going, to do whatever he can to save them and himself, even though he's clearly in terrible shape. Cameron hopes Artie can hear him, even if he's awake right now. Oh, you mean even if he's not awake right now? Oh, because you have to be dreaming to hear it, maybe? Cameron senses another ominous shift in the bear's motivation. Brian doesn't think Artie will make it to the interstate, and he knows he should go looking for the cat. But everything is so fucked from the start. 3 young men who likely have close family and friend groups, all 3 of them injured and beaten, all 3 knowing full well what Brian is capable of. There's no point to it anymore. Brian had almost reverted to thinking he'd get away with all of this somehow. But no. This is the end. Well, I guess that's it then. Figured it was getting close for a while now. The calm with which Brian accepts his nearing demise makes Cameron want to try escape all over again. AG, hello. The power of 5 streams. I'm loving 2D to 3D models, Alec. Hello. Indeed has good moles. Listen, you. I made that same face. I make that same face when I want to smooch someone. Yeah, Crossbar. Why can't this bear just end it without taking them down with him? It's the end for him, not them. Can I see Devin? Cameron half-heartedly smiles, hoping it might sway the bear, but he's not paying attention to the coyote. Brian shakes his head at the sober version of himself, the version that actually did plan to let Cameron go, because why would he add to his problems by killing the yote if said yote could take them all away? That's why he'd try to be nice to him. But that's why he tried to be nice to him. And then, of course, things got out of hand. Cameron begins to shake as he senses Brian's arousal and excitement. Fluidity at which the writer just shifts into another character's point of view, motivations, headspace is just so well done. Yeah. These guys are real good. He's thinking about Cameron, about his baggie full of bath salts, and how long it might take to find them in. Cameron blanches mentally, unsure of what that dark place full of death is, but he knows he does not want to go there. Where are you taking me? You're the psychic. Figure it out. Keeping his hold on the coyote, Brian pulls Cameron towards the van. Can we leave, please? It hasn't been long before Artie realizes that the lights along the interstate are actually a lot farther away than he had thought. He has no idea how long he's been walking, but it feels at least an hour. The road is maybe just a little closer. At this point, he's so weak, his movements so uncoordinated, that deep down, he knows his body is about to give up. Every dizzy spell, every wave of anxiety, it terrifies the cat that he might have another seizure. And if he does, he knows he won't be getting back up. Artie, please. Cam? Artie looks around hopefully. He'd probably start crying right now if Cameron just showed up, if only because he wouldn't be alone anymore. But then Artie sees a pair of headlights, closer than others, and it gets closer and closer. Artie notes that the lights are coming right toward him, and he doesn't bother getting off the road, feeling like this must be a light at the end of the tunnel situation. And then the lights slow, and Artie hears the sound of an engine. What the fuck are you doing standing there like a fucking idiot on the fucking road? Artie's ears twitch, recognizing the voice from somewhere in his past, in what might as well be another life. It's hard to tell because they're screaming at him. Car door opens, and Artie just stands there, lost in the light. I told you guys to fuck off! First the fucking bar is closed because it's some fucking cold, and now you're still here to fuck with me? I just want to cunt and drink to cunt and relax. Arturo furrows his brow, never having heard that particular word used in such a way. The figure starts to materialize in front of Arturo, and he finally recognizes him. What happened to you? The weasel stares at him, and then tilts his head to the side, squinting, before reaching out and turning Arturo slightly by the shoulder. Shit, there's no way. He couldn't be that fucking... The weasel trails off. Oh.
Darrow Huskers is coming on in with 6 gremlins.
Darrow, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Viewers, be warned. Or raiders, be warned. There is sexual assault, kidnapping, drug abuse, and so much more right now with what we are currently reading. This is an Echo story. This is Arches, if you've heard of it. It's so good, and there are many slurs as well. But if that's not your cup of tea, I won't blame you if you have to go. But hello, welcome on in. It's a perfect Pride Month visual novel? Oh, absolutely. If it's bad, it's here. Exactly. But hi, Darrow. I hope you're having a good day today. Let me do... Hope you were having fun with Dark Souls, Darrow. Gortu, indeed. The weasel trails off, then looks at Artie's face. Who did this? Artie reluctantly opens his mouth, for some reason feeling almost embarrassed about his condition. Just another randomizer? Hell yeah. Bar. Weasel stares at him with an odd look. Bar? Yeah, I was at the bar. It's closed. Bear. Brian? Arturo nods and regrets it immediately as he almost falls over. Damn, you're real fucked up, aren't you? Arturo stares back at the weasel, notices his expression, like he's trying to decide something. It's not the right reaction to the situation, and Artie suddenly feels like he might be in danger, but he has no idea why. All he remembers is that this old man had floored Devin with 2 swings, so combined with his current state, he can't do a thing. And then the weasel seems to come out of whatever it was he was thinking about. Well, I'll be damned. This is it then, isn't it? That stupid motherfucker. Alright. Get in. We're going to the hospital. Arturo stumbles forward, and once the weasel realizes he's having trouble moving at all, he helps Arturo inside. As he does, the weasel sucks in a breath, grimacing. Jesus Christ, this is making me not want to do what I'm gonna have to do after this. But you know, everything's gotta end eventually. This is really making me not want to do what I'm gonna have to do after this. You know, everything's gotta end eventually. Oh shit. I feel like they aren't going to the hospital. No, I feel like they are. But unfortunately, I feel like it's gonna be the weasel that comes in to save the day. I feel like he's gonna be the one to save Brian and Devin, or Devin and Cam. I don't trust the weasel either. We know who this weasel is. I don't remember. Oh, I mean, like, I know who he is, like, earlier in the story, but if he's from Echo, I don't remember that. He's got 0 reason to lie right now. Already can't do anything. Yeah. Arturo isn't sure what the old weasel is talking about, but if he's taking him to the hospital, then at least he's on the right track. Free and friends. Yeah. I'll call Peyton PD once I drop you off. Gotta make sure I can beat him back, though. Arturo decides that it's the weasel who's acting strange. But as the strange weasel starts to make a 3-point turn to drive back towards the interstate, Arturo is only grateful. He's done what he can. Now the rest is up to God. He can only pray. And so he prays for Devin, Cameron, Maria, and himself. Because if he survives, he knows the road in front of him is long, fractured, and broken. I think he was an echo, but it's been a long while since I read it. You know what? Fuck it. If the weasel helps them redeemed. There are some themes in this story I like. I write them a bit, but never ever this dark. This is such a train wreck for me because I admire the work. Still may happen. I'll duck out if it gets too much, but I never thought I'd say that. But good for now. Small percent redeemed only. Yeah. Devin feels his body bouncing and shaking on a hard metallic surface, occasionally leaning from side to side, feeling like he's lying down in a car, taking sharp turns. The bear opens his eyes, groaning. Dev? Cam? Is Cameron driving? The Coyote has his own sedan that he drives, but usually if they're out together, it's in Devin's Jeep. At first he thinks he's given the wheel to the Coyote so that he can get himself some rest. They came in the Jeep. Cameron can't drive standard, right? Come on, stop assuming things. Lately, Cameron seems to bristle whenever he does. Lately, as in ever since they got to Echo. Devin, I'm here. How are you doing? Cameron's concerned, gentle voice is clearly masking something strained and desperate underneath. Cameron? What's it? What's wrong? I told you. He's all drugged up. But he can barely talk. Cam? Exactly. I already told you I roofied him. It's like blacking out. Anyway, it's wearing off. He's just tired. Is that blood? Why is he bleeding? Did it to himself. Imagine what a mess we'd have if he wasn't drugged, right? Never trust a bear to stay put when you chain him up. Devin, can you hear me? Are you okay? Yeah, yes. Then he's drifting back to sleep again. More sounds of driving on a rough road. Gravel grinding under wheels and hitting the undercarriage. When he's coming to again, it's stopped. Excuse me. When he comes to again, it's stopped, and Devin realizes the van doors are open. Looks like it did wear off just in time. Can I go to him, please? Devin sees that one of Cameron's ears twisted in the older bear's grasp. The Coyote's head tilted to the side, wincing as he tries to get a better look at Devin. The younger bear becomes very still, seeing his best friend being held by the worst person he's ever met. One of his soft, sensitive ears that Devin had played with countless times in the past, now twisted tightly into itself. In Brian's other paw, he holds a shotgun. On top of it all, Brian looks angrier than usual. In fact, he's looking at Cameron with an expression of utter contempt. And all while Cameron isn't paying attention to him, looking intently at Devin instead. Of course, fucking typical. I'm glad I saved this. Suddenly grabs the Coyote by the shoulders and turns Cameron round to face him, to face away from Devin. Even so, there's no confusion as to what happens next. What happens to Cameron next. Brian turns slightly away from Cameron, then spins and sends the back of his fist across the Coyote's muzzle. The sound is so loud, Devin is shocked awake. Adrenaline compensating for the sedative. At first, Devin refuses to believe what he just saw. That a sound like that could have been made with Cameron's muzzle. The Coyote's head snaps to the right, before he instantly starts to crumple. Brian holds him up. Hey! Devin yells, automatically shocked by what he just saw. He'd never seen someone hit that hard in his entire life. In the silence that follows, a distinct sound of something small clatters around the van, as if a plastic bead had been thrown against the metal walls. Devin hears it land next to him. Looking down, he sees something long spinning in place before finally coming to a stop. I know what it is. It's thin, white, and it starts wide and tapers to a sharp point. Devin only has a moment to focus on it before he grunts as Cameron lands on top of him, Brian having pushed him over. As he's looking down at the coyote and sees blood beginning to seep from his mouth, Devin realizes the white thing is one of Cameron's teeth, and shocked anger overcomes the fear. I think I do too, and yeah, duck it out. Have a good one, Mad Dog. I understand. Hey! All sense seemingly left Devin. Everything he's feeling, thinking, condensing down to that one word that he screams to express his rage. Hi, I'm so excited for a lighthearted adventure today. Hi, Wolfen. Cam! Panic is making him breathe fast, though he tries to keep his chest from heaving and avoiding bouncing Cameron's head. Brian had hit him so hard that it definitely could have killed him. What makes it all the more terrifying is the way Cameron's body went limp. It had been so reminiscent of Artie's sudden collapse when he had suddenly lost his life. Cameron is breathing, though it's in a terrible, snorting way. Cammy, baby, can you hear me? The panic in his voice lowers to an almost pitiful whine as he stares at the coyote twitching. His eyes half open, his head turning back and forth slowly. Was Arch's horror, basically? Yeah, it's a psychological horror thriller with some supernatural parts of it. But believe it or not, the most of the horror are the people, which I guess is usually the case. The panic in his voice lowers to an almost pitiful whine. I mean, that's most horror. Oh, absolutely. It's not these fucking ethereal beings that can kill you in an instant. It's people. The horrors that the people can come up with. The things that they can do to you just on a whim because they feel like it. Who knows what Brian is about? He needs Artie to tell Peyton PD and there's only one drug dealer they need to focus on? Yeah, probably. I can fix him? No. I can fix him too, but I can fix him by slowly but surely things that I cannot say on Twitch. But the characters are cute. What can go wrong? I honestly thought until last time Arch is like a spooky romance thing, but no. None of the Echo series. Even though you can choose a certain protagonist to follow, it might seem like a dating sim initially, but they all of them get so much worse. In the density of a bear skull, you'd need more than a shotgun to fix him. You can fix him too from a very long distance away, and a call to 911. It's pretty interesting. Oh yeah. Just in case, if you want to do it for yourself. Oops, nope, that's a clip. That is not the Echo Project. Copy that. That's the original, where this is all based out of. But anyways, panic in his voice lowers to an almost pitiful whine as he stares at the coyote twitching. his eyes half open and his head turning back and forth slowly. Whoops! Took a bit more on him than I meant to. Fuck, that hurt. Brian shakes his paw that he'd used to hit Cameron, as if bashing Cameron's muzzle made it sting. Devin's rage crescendos once more. Brian, I will fucking kill you! Brian looks surprised for just a second. Then he goes on grinning, enjoying the reaction, as if he's watching a show. This only makes Devin angrier. A new game's coming out this past month with the Wolf Game Jam. Yeah, the Weasel is a returning character from Echo. Painted Fox gave him a glow up. Oh. I'll knock every tooth out of your fucking head. I'll tear your throat out. I'll... Devin's voice weakens, breaks, and trails off under Brian's apparent glee at the younger bear's fury. Realizing that Cameron's ears are twitching at his shouting, Devin returns his attention to Cameron as the coyote lets out a low, rasping groan. Cameron, honey, you can hear me, right? Cameron? Meanwhile, blood oozes out of the coyote's nose and mouth, seeping into the fur on Devin's stomach and side. Devin tries to keep his sobbing and gasping to a minimum as Cameron's head continues to rest on his diaphragm. Cameron's eyes flutter, and then he blinks, and Devin sees the light of consciousness re-enter his eyes. Cam! Devin? Cameron grunts under his breath, lifting his head slightly. Brian already looks bored at the catastrophe he just created, and now he keeps looking over his shoulder, into the darkness that stretches behind him, shifting impatiently. Alright, make it quick, Yote. We need to get moving. Don't you touch him! You could have broken his fucking neck! Devin's voice cracks, turns hoarse again. Brian bristles, finally reacting, but Devin turns his attention back to Cameron, continuing to try and gently coax him into a state of consciousness. Come on, baby, can you hear me? Can you understand what I'm saying? Slowly, Cameron lifts his head, a mixture of blood and saliva connecting his lips to Devin's fur in a long strand. I'm okay. I'm fine. Cameron sounds confused as he mumbles, trying to get up unsteadily. No, stay still! No, get up. Didn't I tell you what I'd do to your bear if you don't? Then do it! Come over here and do it, you fucking coward! You fucking scum! Devin. Cameron's voice is calm, albeit quiet and weak. The bear goes silent as he focuses back on the coyote. His head lifted, trying to focus on Devin's face. Who's feeling this right now? The question catches the bear by surprise. What? The mines. That's right. I'm going to the mines. And I'm coming back for you. Cameron clasps a paw to his muzzle, wincing hard as he shuts his eyes tight. What? What mines? Stay here! Devin's eyes well up with tears. Seeing the coyote is barely coherent, barely able to understand what's happening. Then Cameron leans in to kiss the bear, again, taking Devin by surprise. He immediately smells and tastes Cameron's blood, making the gorge rise in his throat. It reminds him of his predatory nightmares. Cameron insists, so Devin forces himself not to heave. He doesn't want to feel the gap where Cameron's lower left canine used to be, the unevenness of his already swelling muzzle. He forces himself to kiss back. He feels something else press against his lips, something hard, oddly shaped, and Devin opens his muzzle, allowing the blood to flow into his mouth. Hi Wolf, thank you for the 500, I appreciate it. But it comes with something else. And Devin realizes all at once that it's the key. Devin maneuvers the key into his muzzle, as subtly as he can, hearing Brian sigh patiently behind Cameron. Yes, hi Wolf. Welcome on in. It slides under his tongue, tiny in his comparatively large muscle. Cameron whispers into Devon's ear. We're gonna go back home together, I promise. Sorry, Wolf. I'm into this right now. You're not gonna get a reaction from me right now. I want to read this. Riling up. Promise. But where are you going? Why the mines? Honey, please? Balfour Morningstar, hello. Devon can't keep the whining panic out of his voice. Sounding like a cub, but managing to keep the words clear with a tiny key under his tongue. Devon just stares at Cameron as he pulls back, tears rolling down his cheeks as his coyote crawls weakly to his feet and steadies himself against the wall of the van. You're fine. Thank you, Koi. Yeah, thank you, Koi. I appreciate that. I mean, weird message, but interesting reading. Oh, this one, it's fine. Okay. So, weird hill to die on. I know, I'm...
Fucking bitch.
Yeah. If I hit refresh on that, I think it just replays it, so... Yeah. And the best part is, I did an initial ban, for various reasons, and because of that, I turned off the ability that if you're banned, you can't see my channel anymore. So when that happened, well, he can't even see the redeem that he paid for. So, sucks to suck. Y'all, I understand. I am big Tumby, I've big bappers, big dude, Gator Yeen, whatever. Please, I am not a sexual object. Just in general. You can be flirty, but like that right there crossed the lines immensely. Anyways. But now back to our regularly scheduled pain. That's quite a few lines. Yep. Well, also in like time and place. 100%. If y'all are being flirty and like throwing things at me, okay, sure, I guess I can stomach like an overly sexual comment or two, but like, dude, I'm like, give me a second. There's some shit going on. Only blind should be viewed that way. I'll never flirt with you, Emily. Just always spell your name wrong. Oh, perfect. Came back at an unfortunate time, sounds like. Just a little bit. Airstream reviewers should be viewed as people. Exactly. Respect boundaries. Reading the room is also important. Exactly. Oh. Okay. Anyways. I'm sorry. You're fine. Turns his gaze back to the furious, sobbing bear. Sit tight, kid. We'll be back in a little while. I promise. Being knocked out, regaining consciousness, and stumbling his way through the dark, all while being on an untold amount of shrooms, is harrowing. That is the only word Cameron feels is appropriate for this situation. Irving. Why don't we talk about bears? Not this particular one, Grizzly. This particular one is the worst, most despicable bear that we have ever come across. And he needs to get what's coming to him. But hi. I hope you're doing alright today. We love Grizz. Grizz is so good. Go follow Grizz. Grizz is so good. The world is more dreamlike than his dreams. This combination of disorienting factors leave Cameron fumbling through a series of events immediately after he reached the old bear. Brian grabbed his paw, and suddenly they were moving swiftly through the desert before Cameron is pulled into a place that's cold and dark, lit up dimly by an electric lantern, its handle hanging from a barrel of Brian's shotgun. Look better on the up and up. Hell yeah. Shoot out. Yeah. If Cameron thought his perception of time was fucked on weed, now it's twisted over on itself. He's exhausted, having not eaten a proper meal in well over a day, and his throat is so dry, he thinks he might be willing to drink Brian's drugged water. Each time Brian goes around a bend first, where his bulk obscures it, the lantern's light disappears and leaves Cameron in the darkness. Each time that happens, brilliant red arcs crowd his vision. Hey Ace, welcome on in. Who's in the darkness? I am in the darkness. Everything is in darkness. No, just me. Stop fighting it. It'll only make it worse. Cameron is surprised by the bear's sudden appearance. Where am I? Can you stop the rain, Alec? No. I like the rain. Brian sighs heavily again. Doesn't matter. But Cameron crumples as something jabs him hard in the sternum, twisting in on himself, feeling a black hole open in his chest. It sucks the rest of his body and attention into it as the canine curls up hard on the hard dirt floor, whining and grunting. Bear? Not a good one. Finally, air returning to his lungs, and as it does, he hears a snorting sound come again. After a while, Cameron looks up from his position on the ground to see Brian on his knees, appearing to smell the stock of his shotgun. Then, Cameron notices the white powder, and he understands what's happening. Cameron hears a familiar voice, one that he's sure he's hearing and not imagining. Don't snort it. You're trying to coat your nasal cavity, not your fucking lungs. That's how my friends did it. Then your friends are fucking idiots. Brian looks up from his disappearing line of bath salts. Who are you talking to? Cameron quietly tries to hush Dylan, but Brian has already heard them. On top of that, Brian doesn't seem angry or upset, but his continued stare demands an answer. His name's Dylan. He's my ex. Sorry, we don't get along very well. You getting some third man syndrome? Whenever I get real fucked up on too many drugs, a person always shows up. I end up having a conversation with them and everything. Brian readjusts the way he's holding the lantern and gun and grabs Cameron's arm with the other. I hear it happens a lot to people in survival situations too. Anyway, I'm always too delirious to remember who the third man is. Yeah. Cameron can't understand how Dylan isn't real, but this nightmare bear apparently is. Is he being tricked? Alright, here's the deal. I'll stop hitting you as long as you're smiling. Got it? Huh? Brian clenches a fist meaningfully. Cameron winces and then quickly stretches his mouth into a large smile, even though it hurts to the point that tears well up in his eyes. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize what you were talking about for a second. Oh, I remember now. Sure do, you pathetic faggot. Brian continues to inspect Cameron as the coyote remains quiet, keeping a smile plastered on his face. This experience is too much. All of this is too much. He just wants it to stop, and he'll do whatever this bear, the source of his torment, wants if it prevents him from being hurt again. I guess I did bust your chops pretty good, huh? Cameron flinches as the bear grabs his badly aching muzzle in one giant paw. Wait, please don't. Ah! Cameron cringes hard, but tries his best to hold still. Yep, broke your tooth. Swelling up a bit. But you're cuter with your face all messed up like that. Too bad you're gonna look real ugly by tomorrow morning. Not that it'll matter. It's just hard to look at you now, with that stupid scar. Brian lets go and grabs his shoulder instead, at the same time glancing at Cameron's shirt. You from Bridgetown? Timber City? You just picked that up from the Goodwill. I always say, when you're shopping at the Goodwill, never, ever pick up clothes that have something to do with a place. Fuck, just a few years back I took a Weston sweatshirt from the Salvation Army and... Cameron follows along silently. Meanwhile, that third presence has shifted into something else. Something a bit more familiar. Brian's getting chatty again from the second dose he took. Anyway, I hear that a city's overrun with Antifa and all that. True liberal hellscape if there ever was one. Apparently Brian is both homophobic and gay. What a combo. Oh, absolutely. Hi, Scott. Welcome on in to hell. Looking back, he can't see her clearly, but he knows it's her. It's okay. A lot of the time, it's outside groups coming into the city making trouble. Even sounds like her, defending the city they both grew up in, despite its problems, despite its streets becoming the stage for the country's culture wars to physically play out. Even while they suffered on the outskirts of what was supposed to be a liberal bastion lit up by lights of tolerance and welfare, but instead glowing orange from burning cars and flashbangs. Oh, he's ticking all the boxes. Oh yeah. He's homophobic, gay, and staunch alt-right asshole. Yep. And yet, they defended it. Because they both believed in its core principles. Now though, Cameron looks behind himself while also looking back. He's taller than she is, and he's reminded of just how small she was. How small she seemed to him now if she'd survived. He would have saved her too, if she could have held on just a little longer. But how much longer? 4? 5 years? Could she have held on that long? No, not with her habit, and not with the amount she was using. And though Cameron doesn't want to admit it, it was her death that spurred him to make his first serious change in his life. His mom wasn't a good mom. All things considered, she shouldn't have ever had children. But how can he judge? She was still a teenager, excited, and in love, living out of a 70s Chevy van. But all of that came to an end when he was born in December 1995. Oh, he's the same age. Wow. Then, his abusive, possibly schizophrenic father left and committed suicide sometime in the mid-2000s. Well, he's just a baby. What? No. What? No. We're millennials. Baby Amlin? What do you mean? He's a millennial. I am also a millennial. We literally born in the same year and date. Hello? I'm millennial spotted. Shh. Listen, you. I feel older. Gen Beta starts next year. That honestly means nothing to me. I don't know. I don't keep track of like Gen Alpha, Gen Millennial, Gen Boomer, Gen whatever the fuck. So, yeah. Then his abusive, probably schizophrenic father left and committed suicide sometime in the mid-2000s. For a few months, in 1995, his parents truly wanted to make a good life for him. And that feeling from that moment in time overwhelms Cameron. Alpha's 14 years old at its oldest now. Millennial Squad. Technically his middle age based on some life expectancy stats I've seen from our generation. Good lord. I'll never let go of the fact that there is an article that places Zoomers at 1995 to 2015. That is... No, they're incredibly misinformed. They wanted him to be happy, successful, and they truly thought he'd be the one to break the curse of poverty on their families. And even though they wanted that for him, they especially wanted him to be happy, to have a family life, the childhood that both his parents were only able to see other kids from afar. And a childhood that both his parents were only able to see other kids enjoy from afar. They tried, but it's the most typical love story for people like them. I'll never let go of the fact that there's an article. So if my generation is going to be an insult, you're getting a slice. Wow! As petty as it may be. I've lamented over this because it's new. Millennial used to go up to 98. It goes up to 83, I think. Ugh. That reminds me of when my bosses complaining about me, about our millennial employees because they were millennials, and I had to lean and go, Kim, do you know I'm also a millennial, right? He'd done the exact same before Devin. She should have taken more precautions. She left him alone in the trailer often, her medications and recreational drugs freely available for him to experiment with while she was at work. He became an addict just like her. And he had come to understand the baggage that comes with that label. That it's not just about a craving, or a desire for something. Everyone has that. No, it's about who you are as a person. A liar, a thief, a cheater. Someone willing to do anything to get whatever it is their addiction demands. Anything to feel good. Whether it's pathetically checking on all the coin dispensers on a casino once you've spent your life savings, or pathetically combing through the carpet for whatever drug it is that you're starting to come down from. The only thing that saved him from that life and death was his grades. Somehow, through all the substance abuse and neglect, he was a straight A student, and that's what got him into a partial scholarship at the University of Pueblo. And that's what got him out of the trailer park surrounding Bridgetown and into his state's flagship university. A few schools in his state had better offers, but Pueblo was the most prestigious of the schools he got accepted into. Top 100 schools with the best ranked nursing and engineering programs in the region. That, and at the time, Cameron wanted to be as far away from Bridgetown, even if that meant the desert. And then he met Devin. She wasn't a good mom, but she was a great person, a wonderful person, and she did the best that she could with what she had at the time. She'd brought him into a chaotic, unstable life, a life that she saved multiple times, while he occasionally wished his mother would have just let him die. Now Cameron is only thankful. While most of his life was tough, the past 5 years have been better than he thought he would have ever dared to dream was possible. His life was perfect up until yesterday, when they got here. Tears run down his face, conflicted about how he should feel. Just knowing that he misses her, that he loves her, that he hopes she's okay wherever she is. This third person squeezes his paw reassuringly. Cameron squeezes back. He's comforted by the feeling that just for this moment, he's sealed off from Brian and the town. It's just him and his mom walking through these mines. She tells him she's proud of him for graduating high school and college, and she's happy he found Devin. Would she be really proud of him if she knew what he studied? If she was still around? I would have majored in business administration or something. What did you major in? What did you major in? Smile. A gentle voice from behind him, barely audible, carried on the soft breeze that grows weaker and deeper as they go in these tunnels. Music theory. What the hell are you supposed to do with that? Teach? The automatic answer. The one he had prepared all of his skeptical friends who were going into STEM-related fields. You, a teacher? No, but that was my plan. Some plan. I mean, I didn't go into any debt, so I had financial freedom after I graduated. You know, you're pretty coherent for someone that's on that many shrooms. Most people would lose their minds. Oh, I definitely am. I don't know. I have more control than I did the first time I tried it. In fact, Cameron feels like he's losing his mind right now. Laughing, even though it makes every part of his body ache. Xanax is like magic when you're panicking. Anyway, what is it that you do for a living? Did it all pay off? Judging by the tone in Brian's voice, he already knows the answer to that. Customer support for Julian? Sad. Working for a country that we nuked twice. Back in the 80s, we used to beat people up for working for companies like that. Cameron's at a loss for words, but only for a moment. Okay. Julian, the current market leader in smartphone manufacturing, is Kaio Vaness. The coyote assumes that the bear is thinking of a certain other country in the same region. Either way, it's strange and disturbing aside. That's just Brian. Sometimes with Brian, it's best for Cameron to just keep his mouth shut and also keep smiling. So why music? You sing? Cameron wishes the bear would stop asking him questions, making small talk like any of this is a routine part of their lives. The coyote assumes bath salts will make anyone talkative. Kind of. What do you mean, kinda? Either you sing or you don't. Well, yeah, I mean, I sing, but I'm not very good. I mean, you better fucking be if you spent 4 years learning. How about you sing and I'll decide? Getting harder to keep up the cheerful charade as Cameron senses the cruel, malicious arousal rising up inside of Brian again. The second dose making him do more than just talk too much. Sure, I just gotta think of one to sing. Anything you want to hear? I know a lot of 90s grunge and alternative rock. You're a walking, talking stereotype, aren't you? You write your own music? I definitely tried. A little twitch of annoyance ripples through the air. You know, one thing that really pisses me off is when someone's acting like an overly humble little bitch. Either you do or you don't. Either you're good at it or you're not. Either you offer something different or you fucking don't. So which the fuck is it? I can. Just give me a second. The corners of Cameron's muzzle turn down slightly and as his composure almost crumbling. He's doing the best he can under the current circumstances, but he needs help. Devin, where are you? Brian's attitude shifts from one extreme to the next, making Cameron feel a sort of emotional whiplash, as long as it keeps him from getting hit, or more importantly, killed, then he's fine with that. On how he says that while leaning the same direction that caused that country to be at war to begin with, but sure. Yep. Tentatively, Cameron starts to sing, choosing the song that got him the most attention. The one that was played in moderate rotation at Mountain West colleges, along with a few in the Northwest. A song about his ex, Dylan. About their mutual love and hate for each other. About the abuse they used to hurl at each other, physical and mental, and finally, about their breakup. What if games like this had Twitch integration where the chat would use commands to help? That'd be neat, but like... I don't know. Because you'd have to spoil what's coming up to let chat help, you know? I don't know. It'd be neat to see it figured out and implemented. Delete Brian? Yeah, essentially. His voice is rough and cracked, and while some of it is because he isn't warmed up, mostly due to having his throat crushed. Dehydration and screaming doesn't help either. But aside from jolting, each time Brian pulls him in a different direction, Cameron finds the melody and rhythm. As he does, he becomes a bit more bold, singing louder until his voice carries through the tunnels. It feels very strange with his swelling muzzle and missing tooth. Which is a kinetic novel though? Yeah, this is a linear story. There's no choices here to make. Brian still says nothing. Cameron realizes he's listening intently. While this makes the coyote nervous, he knows it's better than the bear being angry. And mainly, he just needs to keep singing. Devin is in the mines with them, and he needs directions. Cameron just wishes it doesn't feel like he's leading Devin to his own demise. Finding the entrance wasn't hard. While the main entrance had been blocked off with rebar before being filled and sealed with concrete, he'd known about the side entrance from supernatural forums he researched before coming here. That, and Cameron's blood was sprinkled here and there. The scent of it spurred Devin on. Of course it led right to that entrance. He had started unlocking his cuffs the second he thought Brian might be out of earshot. He had fumbled with the tiny, slippery key before freeing his wrist, revealing blood-crusted fur matted down to the broken skin. Now, Devin moves through the mines, in complete darkness. It's almost suffocating, almost panic-inducing. The scent of Cameron, mixing with the foul odor of Brian, pushes the young bear deeper into the tunnels. The air feels tense, as if the mine itself is intent on seeing what happens. He's not going to fall into another abyss. When Lupita died, it had been an accident. One that happened after a tornado shredded their town, leveling the block across the street, but leaving their house mostly intact. As a 12-year-old, he just didn't think that it could happen. They had survived the actual disaster, but just as the relief started to set in, his guard started to come down. It happened. He felt powerless in that situation. He knew that her death had happened because of him. But this time, it's different. He couldn't fight what took Lupita, but he can fight what's taking Cameron. Damn it. After about 10 minutes, though, Devin starts to become more and more agitated, unable to hear them any longer. And going by scent alone, Devin can tell that he's lost the trail. Shit, shit, shit! He hisses through his teeth, trying to keep quiet in case Brian is somehow nearby lying in wait. And then, somehow, he hears Cameron's singing voice. Devin goes completely silent still. He recognizes his boyfriend's voice anywhere. Of course, but Cameron's style is different, having the qualities of a singer from the 50s, while retaining a grunge-like roughness. Coyote was heavily influenced by the black and white musicals his mother used to watch late at night. He was embarrassed about it after being critiqued by one of his vocal performances classes. He'd been trying to change his technique when Devin first met him. Devin always liked Cameron's voice, and it was due to Devin's urging that Cameron leaned into his style. He knows the song too, the one about Cameron's ex, the one that he doesn't like to hear because it's violent and vicious. He never asked Cameron about it, because he assumed the coyote would bring it up in his own time. Now he needs to make sure he even has that chance. Devin begins moving as fast as he can while staying quiet. He knocks his nose into a few walls and scrapes up his elbows and shoulders, but he keeps moving, simply trying to force his way in the direction of the voice. Just as he thinks he's a few turns away, it stops. Then Cameron screams, Devin drops all attempts at stealth. Cam! Brian! He calls out to let Brian know he's there, but at least distract him from the coyote. Then he barrels his way through the darkness, trying to find what he's sure is the last turn. Why Brian had brought Cameron here, he doesn't know. He doesn't even know what he's going to do when he meets them. Well, anything. He'll do anything. Brian is looking a bit more distracted, starting to scan the tunnel walls before his eye settles on what looks like a large crack from the ceiling to the ground. Cameron turns up his singing a notch, knowing that this is their destination, the end of the road. The old bear glances at him, looking annoyed. This, for whatever reason, is what brings Brian out of his stimulant-induced hyperfocus. Brian finally realizes what's happening. It's only now that the bear remembers Cameron's plan to take the key. Even Cameron forgot. But now, a huge paw flies to his pocket, digging inside, realizing it's too late before he whirls on Cameron. Oh, you little faggot. Cameron turns and runs, trying to take advantage of Brian letting him go for those couple of seconds. Something pounds into Cameron's lower back, just to the right, and it feels like a cannonball being smashed through his body. Cameron is launched forward towards the tunnel wall, directly in front of him, and he tries to hold on to it, sliding down slightly as he stares straight up into the darkness. It's so dark that Cameron can't tell if the ceiling is a few feet above him, or if it's simply endless space full of glowing arches that stretch on forever. His eyes stay wide, his breathing leaking out of his muzzle in a slow, high-pitched rasp. Not wanting to believe the pain he feels spreading through his inside is real. Then he's on the ground, writhing and groaning uncontrollably, while electric pain spiderwebs throughout his body. The blows Brian had delivered before are nothing compared to this. Cameron thrashes around in the dirt, desperate to find a way out of the hell. He is in hell. Who's in hell? He has to be. What are these red arches? And why are the flames spreading from his guts up to his lungs? Damn, you'll probably only piss blood after that. Oh, let me drink some water. Okay. Damn, you'll probably only piss blood after that one. Brian's mock concerned voice snaps Cameron back into the situation he's in. And in the very back of his head, he realizes his trip is beginning its descent. The pain is still present though, and it's not letting up. How can he feel pain if he's nothing? He's finally breathing again, but each exhale is accompanied by a whining wheeze, involuntary tears rolling down his face. Brian leans over him, and the coyote cringes. No, stop, please! Brian pauses then, and just grabs Cameron by the arm and yanks him up. Cameron lets out a hoarse, breathless scream as his aching body is forced to move again. It echoes around them before cutting off, as a huge arm tightens around Cameron's throat. Cam! Brian! Devin's voice is very close, maybe only a tunnel or two away. Brian mumbles quietly next to Cameron's ear. Shut the fuck up right now or I'll obliterate your other kidney. You got it? Cameron feels the threat hovering over the left side of his back this time. He quickly shuts his muzzle, even though groans still force their way up, muffled behind his lips. This seems to at least satisfy Brian, and he drops the chokehold before shoving Cameron forward. At first, Cameron is surprised that the bear didn't just hit him again. Brian's distracted again. Devin's too close. A few terrible plans go through the older bear's head that causes Cameron's already aching abdomen to lurch with nausea and fear. Brian considers waiting and ambushing Dev, but he quickly discards the idea as he realizes Cameron might try to warn Devin by making noise right as he reaches them. That's exactly what Cameron would do, even if it means being beaten to death by Brian. Deciding again that nothing matters anymore, he pushes Cameron forward through the narrow opening, passage becoming more tight until Brian has to turn sideways to struggle through, And then it opens up. Why don't we talk about bears? Because this is the worst bear imaginable. Anything but this bear. Literally anything but this bear. Cameron smells death. He instinctively backs up, right into Brian. No. No, 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 please don't do this. I can't. He can't finish his sentence. Brian's victims felt pain that still seems unimaginable to the coyote. Knowing Devin is close behind them, Cameron makes one last effort to turn and dodge around Brian, but the bear is far too large. He easily grabs the coyote and throws him further into the hollow. Cameron comes up immediately, trying to suppress his whines and whimpers. Brian, just wait a second. Think about it. I can help you. Why did you bring me here in the first place? Brian gives Cameron a dispassionate look, but he does pause. And that gives Cameron some hope and some time. Let me talk to them. Let me see if I can reason with them. We both know that all of this is over. Cameron senses a slight shift in Brian's intention as the bear begins to seriously consider Cameron's reasoning. I know you need my help. I can feel them. They want you, Brian. They're waiting for you. I know what it can be like, walking in circles for most of your life, making the same stupid mistakes, knowing that what you need to do to get better, and just never doing it. Oh yeah? But I finally did, and my life was almost perfect. Until I met you. So let's do it. Let's end this nightmare right now. Brian takes a deep breath and holds it. This cave looks like a mouth and I don't like it. I mean, it smells like death because this is where Brian takes all of his victims. Dumps their bodies. The entire mine, the entire town, seems to hold its breath with him. Cameron starts to understand how deeply entwined this bear is with this place. This entity that seems to be pulling all the strings. Cameron can feel the monolithic entity shift and turn, as if it too senses an inevitable end. Brian is close to taking the coyote's offer, but it isn't meant to be. And Cameron, of course, knows that. The scuffling from the entrance announces Devin's arrival. Guess he's finally here, huh? Glad I brought my 10 gauge. Always want to make sure you got good firepower when bears are involved, eh? Cameron watches in horror as the old bear opens up the shotgun before inserting a shell. Cameron's mind is blank as he automatically lunges at the huge bear, grabbing the shotgun barrel as Brian snarls in rage. Everything's falling apart. You're spiraling. Devin shoves his bulk through the narrow passage, squeezing through to the hollow on the other side. When he stumbles into the open space, Devin spots Cameron immediately, the coyote being swung left and right as he fights with Brian over the shotgun. Cameron is covered in blood, tears matting the fur on his cheeks. The situation is already a terrible one, but again, his fear for Cameron turns to anger at Brian as he sees the bear throwing vicious, crushing kicks at Cameron's lower body. Devin realizes this is it. He has no time to think. Devin charges up behind the older bear and bites deeply into the side of Brian's neck. Apparently, biting someone other than himself is a lot more effective, and he feels his canines sink deep into the flesh beneath the thick fur. The old man is covered in a layer of protective padding, just like himself, but the older bear clearly has a lot more of it. Still, Brian screams, high-pitched and full of fury. And then, Cameron is finally shaken loose from the shotgun, and Brian grabs the barrel with both paws before ramming the butt of the shotgun back into Devin's stomach. The younger bear retches and crumples over, but he manages to grab the shotgun, holding onto the stock tightly. Brian, clearly aware of how bad the situation could become for him, lets go of the shotgun so he can turn around and throw a knee up into Devin's hunched form, an inch above the navel, almost the exact spot he'd hit earlier. Devin feels as if his guts are flattened into his spine before liquefying, the force actually lifting him off the ground for a half second. Even though he lands on his feet, he immediately sinks to his knees, muzzle wide open as he continues a battle with his own lungs, all while still trying to hold on to the shotgun. "You're a dead man walking, boy. Well, on your knees anyways. What a surprise!" Brian fumbles shakily to find the stock of the shotgun, hidden somewhere under Devin's bulk, while simultaneously trying to avoid the end of the barrel in case Devin is able to find the trigger. The attack had been enough to rattle Brian, even if it was short-lived. Devin curses himself, trying to move, knowing he probably can't win, but he needs to do something, maybe hurt Brian so bad that Cameron can at least get away. Get up! But he can't breathe. There's not much he can do to defend himself, let alone stand up. So, Devin keeps his hold on the shotgun, even as Brian starts trying to yank it from his weakened grasp, and he's starting to succeed. "Cam, run!" Devin rasps, not sure where Cameron is right now, assuming he still might be on the ground after being kicked so many times. Brian squeals, looking up from his doubled up position. Devin sees Brian in front of him, bent over as well, the grizzled bear grabbing between his legs. As Brian sinks lower, Cameron appears, lowering a foot. The coyote smiles with relief and joy at seeing Devin, seeing that he's got the shotgun. Cameron seems so sure that they've won that he doesn't see Brian's quick recovery, the old bear forcing himself up, murderous vengeance in his eyes as he runs at Cameron with another animalistic scream. Devin can only watch as the huge bear charges at Cameron. "No!" The much smaller coyote can only yelp in panic before Brian smashes into him and crushes him against the wall. Devin hears a crunching sound as he gets his first tiny sip of the air, just as he hears Cameron's own air wheeze out in a yowl-like moan. And then, even more viciously than Devin had attacked Brian, the old bear begins to maul Cameron. Brian bashes him left and right with blows aimed at the coyote's face before Cameron collapses. There, Brian begins to rip and tear at the coyote with his claws. Devin begins to move, but it's slow. He just wishes his lungs would start working. Cameron tries to crawl away from Brian, and Devin sees the horror mirrored in his boyfriend's eyes. Then Brian comes down on him again, and Cameron throws his left elbow back at the bear's face, only for Brian to sink his teeth into Cameron's forearm and elbow. Cameron lets out a yelp and curls around Brian's muzzle, scratching and biting at it with claws and teeth. But then, Brian twists and tears, Cameron letting out a howling sound as his body twisting violently. He's on his back now, and he goes quiet, staring in shock at the wall he's laying perpendicular to. His eyes begin to roll up as Brian thrashes his head, and a crunch comes from Cameron's arm. The coyote can't make any sounds now, the breath seemingly knocked out of him by the pain. Devin has never heard Cameron make those feral pain sounds, not like this. Shotgun had opened up at some point during the struggle, and Devin drops the awkward weapon, too intent on saving Cameron to figure it out right now. To see him in so much agony that he can't breathe, can't even vocalize it anymore, gives Devin the final push he needs. He charges into Brian. The force knocks the old bear off the coyote. Devin has never seriously mauled someone in his entire life, but it's something that comes naturally to him and Brian. And while he had play mauled people in the past, including Cameron, this is the first time he brings his claws and teeth and muscle to full use. Straddling the older bear, Devin roars at Brian before lunging down. First, he bites at Brian's neck again, from the front this time, while his paws rip and tear at the bigger bear's hide. Brian seems to concentrate for a second before burying his fists up into Devon's stomach. But the younger bear is tensed up this time, and the fists get no further than his stomach muscles. Still, Brian's power is almost supernatural, and Devon lurches and grunts, folding over, an ache forming deep in the pit of his belly, only making him bite harder. Devon can feel that he's truly stunned the old bear, at least for now, and Brian takes his fist back. He resorts to panicked shoves instead of actually trying to fight. When Brian finally does try to claw at Devon's face and eyes, the younger bear leans back and smashes his head into Brian's muzzle. The sound indicates a broken snout, and Brian lets out another high-pitched whine before screaming and trying to lunge up to bite Devon's neck. Devon leans back, just avoiding the teeth before smashing his head a second time into Brian's face. Then, as Brian lay dazed, Devon lays into his snout 3 times, full force, trying to pound every bit of agony into Brian that the old bear had given all of them. That would be impossible, though. Still, Devon feels a savage satisfaction as he sees at least 2 of the old bear's yellow teeth roll out of his muzzle. Brian howls and rolls violently, finally dislodging the slightly smaller bear. Devon heaves for breath, watching as Brian comes up several feet away, crouching, also heaving for breath. You! Brian can barely form words, but not just because he's out of breath. His bitter hatred is evident, so mad that only frothy spit flies from his lips as he sputters. But then, Brian's eyes flick to the right, and Devon remembers all at once that he'd left the gun there. Having been focused on helping Cameron, the old bear moves lightning fast once again, and he shoots off to the right. Devon realizes Cameron is there too. "Cameron, look out!" Cameron, laying in agony after Brian's vicious attack, knows something is deeply wrong with his body. The crushing against the wall of the chamber had done it. True pain, though, emanates from his left arm, and Cameron knows that it's mangled, broken, and useless. But he can still use his legs, and Cameron forces himself to get up and start moving for the shotgun, hearing the snarls and growls of the bears behind him. He does his best to stay quiet, but stifled grunts and small squeaks force their way out of his throat. As soon as he touches the shotgun, though, he hears Devon shout, "Cameron, look!" "Hey, Alec, we're the DA, be warned, there's a lot of pain and suffering we're currently going through. It's a lot of graphic depictions of gore and violence. It's bad. But I hope you're doing alright, DA." A lot of gore and pain, yeah. "Cameron, look!" And again, the nightmare that is Brian is tearing at his body, pinning him to the wall, and Cameron screams in terror as the huge bear starts to bite his neck. The panicked coyote only just able to get his unbroken arm up. It's maybe only 3 seconds before Devon is there, but it feels like an eternity. Cameron considering how badly it might feel to die from having his throat ripped out. Cameron's right arm is torn up as well, but since Brian isn't shaking his head this time, his bones at least remain intact. Then Devon wrenches the bigger bear off of him. Cameron tries to get up, to crawl, but it's useless. His body too beaten and broken to do anything other than dragging himself away. Then he hears Brian's high-pitched squealing again. This time, it's genuinely terrified. Cameron looks over and sees the old bear is now on his back, with his arm in a sort of hold by Devon. Devon is laying on his back. Devon is laying on his back, Brian's arm pulled towards his chest. Devon's hips close to the older bear's shoulder, as his legs lock together at his ankles. Devin grunts and heaves with all his might, his huge, powerful body arching towards the ceiling. Devin is intent on really hurting Brian this time, wanting to make sure he pays the old man back for Cameron's tooth and arm. And so with the tooth part avenged, Devin focuses on destroying the other bear's arm. Bear bones are especially hard to break. Devin had never broken a bone in his life. The younger bear knows a thing or two about applying force. His dad watched MMA all the time, and while he knows about fighting, he knows why arm bars can be so devastating. But even as he leans back, bending the big bear's arm over his inner thigh, only a few cracks are heard, but it's nothing serious. Devin needs the arm to have less resistance, more distance from the fulcrum. Unlocking his legs, he takes just a second to slam his foot right into the old bear's jaw. For just a second, Brian goes limp, and Devin relocks his ankles before lifting the limp arm away from his chest and curling up. Then, he heaves his body back on the arm again, arching hard while he twists his body. Torque! Now you're thinking like an engineer. As the catchphrase of one of Devin's old professors comes to his mind, a crack splits the air, and Brian's screams somehow reach a new panicked pitch. Devin looks over to see Cameron has dragged himself a few feet away, leaving a dark, horrible blood trail smeared behind him. There's a lot of blood, and Devin panics, thinking the coyote is bleeding out from his neck. Devin stumbles over to him, hovering his paws over the coyote's head. "Baby, your neck, let me see it. He didn't get me, let's go." Cameron is in no shape to run, so he grabs Devin. He groans as Devin lifts him into his arms, the bear starting to stumble towards the exit. Oh, it's a cave. It is a cave, yes. Devin looks down at the coyote in his arms, just now seeing how truly terrible Cameron's injuries are. It looked like something else with all the red. Oh, I know. Because I believe it's supposed to look like a blood red throat. Because I believe this is where the final... Yeah, this is where the final... I guess where everything comes to an end, essentially. Yeah, the visual metaphor is intended. Yeah, I think so too, yeah. He then glances back, shocked to see Brian standing. How the old bear was able to get up without making noise is beyond Devin. Ugh! The butt of the shotgun, powered by the old bear's huge body, slams into his side, spreading a sickening ache in a wave through his body. Cameron hears the dull thud followed by the vibration through Devin's thick body. He feels the bear cringe as he sinks to his knees, huddled over Cameron. DA, no! The huge bear lifts up the shotgun he'd managed to keep a hold of. He struggles to hold it up, with only his left paw and his injured right arm dangles, before he practically swings it up to prop his right elbow against, a few pops coming from the shoulder as he does. He screams again when that happens. With his fully functional wrist, he can now take steady aim. And with how narrow the hollow is, there is nowhere to go. Don't you fucking move. You got that? This is over. I'm killing that yote in front of you, and then I'm ripping your fucking arm off, boy. Brian's expression is an odd mixture of excitement and disgust. Pity you ain't half as cute as the pup. Devin can only wheeze in response. and Cameron holds on to him tightly as he's cradled in his arms. God, you fucking ruined it. He was perfectly fine till you showed up. Now he's fucking fucked up to the point he's not even fuckable. Cameron's ability to see and feel things is fading, just as the effects of the shrooms are fading. Still, there's just a bit left. Cameron tries his best to use it. Devon's body begins trembling, and Cameron holds on to him more tightly. Devon's voice is still breathless, whispers into Cameron's ear. Honey, whatever happens, just play dead, okay? No matter what. Cameron suddenly turns. Devon watches as Cameron's face becomes a bouquet of red ribbons. And the bear stumbles as the shot hits his arm as well. Cameron's body jerks violently in his arms before going incredibly still. Devon quickly looks down to see Cameron no longer with a face. Everything that used to make up his face is splattered against the walls, and it still pours from. Cameron is gone. In shock, Devon is looking at his arm and sees the white of bone shards, at first thinking it's his own. Then he sees a few of Cameron's sharp teeth embedded into his arm. Devon leans over Cameron's body, an expression of untold anguish on his face. He starts to let out a low and terrible groan that rises in pitch into a bearish howl. After looking forward, Cameron does the only thing he can think of. No! Cameron grabs the barrel and shoves up. The sound is so loud, it instantly deafens Cameron. And though the ringing starts to subside, the hearing in this right ear doesn't come back. It was a fake out? So it was. And I think that was him looking into the future. If he did nothing, that's what would have happened. Yeah, he did the time thing. He did the whole look into the future, see what that outcome would be, and what would come of it. Oh, because he can see the future. He said he was still able to look a bit. Yeah, oh thank goodness he did the thing. So then he does. Ugh. The sound is so loud it instantly deafens Cameron. And though the ringing starts to subside, the hearing in his right ear doesn't come back. Cameron? Cameron? I hate that the game did that. I was like, no! Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, absolutely. Clenching so hard right now. Oh. I'm fine. Cameron looks to where Brian is. The kickback from the 10 gauge had hit him hard, squarely in the chest. Cameron can almost visualize the shock sent through that old, worn-out heart, already exhausted from the stimulant and the fight.
What the fuck?
The old bear, still on unsteady feet, stumbles back a bit more before hitting a wall, sliding down to sit. Brian sits, propped up against it, looking confused. He clutches his chest, rubbing it, grimacing. Shotgun is on the ground, out of Brian's reach. The old bear makes no move to get it. Fuck. He starts to try and get back up, but falls back down. Holy shit, what the fuck? Please, game? Holy shit. Very evil, ungood, be angry. I'm sitting here like, how many people can survive gunshots to the head in one story? Yeah, heart attack. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Brian clutches at his chest and stomach and organs. Oh no. That was it? This is it? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the... Brian slumps back, his body convulsing. Then he thrashes about, as if trying to escape something. He knocks over and smashes the electric lantern, crushing it under his weight. For several more seconds, they both listen to Brian's groaning, rasping, snorting, before it's silent. It's quiet for a little while longer, Cameron and Devin daring not to move. Brian had seemed invincible for so long. Cameron can't get himself to believe that it might be over. Gonna see shit, he has to. Go along, fucker. Get fucked, asshole. Ooh. No, you're fine. Played a video game where you get shot in the head once. No, you get shot in the head once. All I know is that you need to travel to Las Vegas. Oh, uh-huh. Chat wrote his name in the death note. Good. Brian had seemed invincible for so long. Cameron can't get himself to believe that it might be over. Devin whispers into Cameron's ear. Cameron, how do you feel? Alec, I saw that. No, that was me approving Sugi. Because they got caught by Automod. Cameron, how do you feel? Cameron gives Devin a look with a mix of love and exasperation. Even if Devin can't see it right now, they both know he's badly fucked up. I think something ruptured. It feels all wrong. Cameron places his right paw on his own torso, wincing. Don't move, okay? I'll get us out. I'll get us out in no time. Devin starts to tentatively make his way forward, just as Cameron is realizing how long this might actually take. Possibly too long if there's internal bleeding. His vision flickers. Automod doesn't know Brian, and I'm jealous. Cameron stares at it, and then looks at Devin, wincing at the bear's bloodied and bruised face. But Devin doesn't react to the light, like Cameron is the only one seeing it. But a shroom trip can't emit light, no matter how hard you're tripping. I think I can see where to go. Just walk straight. How? Cameron starts to shake his head, then stops as his neck sends a pang of fiery pain down his back. I don't know, but I can see. Let's just get out of here, please. Cameron tries hard not to look at Brian's crumpled form against the side wall of the hollow, his wide open eyes glinting from a gentle glow. Okay, just tell me where to go, okay? Sure enough, as they leave, arch after arch appears, and Cameron is confident they'll lead to the exit. These arches had tortured his mother, but this feels like his mother somehow. As they move, they both hear rustling sounds far behind them in the mines. But Brian is definitely dead, or at least had been when they left. So they keep moving, trying to keep quiet. And then, Within an hour. Real light. Daylight. Devin looks down at Cameron and just winces, just like Cameron did when he saw Devin's face. God, honey, we're gonna get you help, and you're gonna get better, okay? What about you? Do you feel okay? Cameron's voice is weaker than it was earlier. Cameron feels Devin quicken his pace. I'm fine. Devin says it sternly, setting his jaw, and Cameron stays quiet. Cameron, I'm sorry. And that's the last time you're saying that to me, okay? I don't blame you for anything. I'm just so glad I met you. He listens to the bear's heartbeat, steady for most of the journey, getting faster as they get closer to the exit. I think I hear a helicopter? And maybe a megaphone? Shit, did people come for us? The shotgun blew out my hearing. I'm not really sure. His trip is mostly over, yet these visions are so vivid. Cameron stares at this new arch, and something about it feels different. Oh. Mom, I found it. Huh? Her arch. You're seeing arches? You know how something that can happen that's so impactful, it splits your life in two? Like, you see life as before, and after that moment, it can be good or bad. Devin hesitates, like he wants to answer the question he just asked. But he lets it go for now. Of course. I think meeting you is the good divide in my life. I think what happened here, and what's going to happen after, I think it's the bad divide. It had always been his mother's death, and it still is a divide. But this time, Cameron recognizes that he's been deeply affected mentally, and it's not something he can just recover from. Something is truly wrong with him. That's been the case for a long time, but now, after this, something's been pushed over the edge. So, another divide. I think we're gonna be okay, Cameron. Devin, whatever happens after this, I love you. And I'm so happy I met you. Come on, you didn't have to say that first part. We made it, okay? It's just a fork in the road. Cameron gasps. Oh, Devin, Artie is alive. He went to get us help, I think. I hope. What? How? I don't know. He got shot. He got away. Brian was pissed. He's hurt. But I think he made it. Oh, that's... Devin's lip trembles, and his face twists up slightly as he tries not to cry. But it's out of incredible relief and happiness. Cameron doesn't tell him how bits of Artie are missing, that he can't sense him anymore, both because of his waning powers and because Artie is too far away. At least that's what he hopes. Cameron stares up at the arch, looking both beautiful and terrible at the same time. Raincoat Monster stands to the side as they pass, and this time, Cameron does think it's his old hallucination. Cardboard and unmoving, just like he's always been. But something about all of this, the way he's seeing things, something has changed. It's not his psychic abilities, because now it's subtle and hardly noticeable again. No, something else has happened. His mind feels wrong. Looking forward is no longer clear. But as Cameron uses the last of his psilocybin in his system to peer into their future, he becomes afraid of what he sees. So he just turns his muzzle slightly to Devin. Cameron, we're going to make it. Based on what he saw, Cameron isn't sure. Devin will stay. He was able to see that much. But where should he? More than anything, they both want to stay together. But if Cameron becomes a burden to Devin, he doesn't know how he can stay. He just hopes that Devin can still love him after this terrible change. He hopes he can fight it, whatever it is. So, Cameron leans his head against Devin's shoulder, smiling in a mostly happy, but in a bittersweet way. Alright, now let's get the hell out of here. The terrible change comes almost exactly 3 weeks later. Cameron had been feeling strange ever since they got back home. Like he wasn't quite himself. After a flurry of hospital visits, police interviews, and even harassment from the media, things had become strangely quiet. Did I miss something after he said, "Mom? Why is everyone crying?" Because for some reason, he's saying there's something bad that's going to happen after they leave. He saw the future, and he saw something bad. After a flurry of hospital visits, police interviews, and even harassment from the media, things have become strangely quiet. He's a broken road. Brian Dubois was a serial killer, with a victim count in the double digits, with all of the murders taking place over the course of nearly 4 decades. That would get national attention, of course, especially since Brian appeared to be involved in the high-profile disappearance of a college freshman last year. The body cam footage of their dramatic rescue from the mines even made the rounds on social media. Body cam footage of their dramatic rescue from the mines. For about 2 days. At the same time, pandemic was picking up steam and media attention focused on there instead. Cameron didn't mind. That lack of attention made his recovery much easier. His burst liver and severely damaged kidney had left him needing surgery. The hospital did what they could for his elbow, and his doctors were hopeful that with a lot of physical therapy, he could at least use it for basic necessities. While it did suck to maybe never to be able to bend his elbow correctly or without pain, what really devastated Cameron was the weakness and near maddening tingling in his pinky and ring finger. So for now, despite him being eager to get back to it, guitar was an absolute no. For now. But what about forever? On top of that, Cameron had been trying to banish that damn voice from his head. No, the negative thoughts from his head. Right? Just a flashback. One of the shitty leftovers from his shroom trip. Either way, all he could do was try to ignore it, despite making itself known at least once a day. Cameron. Something's wrong. But things continued to feel strange. It didn't seem to be related to his ESP, because he could easily tell when that was happening. Ever since the shroom trip, a haze of psychic ability lingered around him, allowing him to capture thoughts and feelings seemingly at random. Downloading is what some people like him like to call it. He didn't have much control though. Sometimes he wasn't even able to tell if the download he was receiving was from the living or the dead. Cameron even began to try and hone his abilities and experiment with just how much he could do. But he quickly figured out was that without some sort of illicit substance, his clairvoyance lacked a great deal of fuel that had powered his ability as an echo. That would make it easier, and so would being an active location like Echo, of course. Echo is one of those locations, though, obviously. There are so... Though obviously, but there are so many others. He's a desert lake. Every now and then, Cameron would find himself pausing, like at the back door of Devon's house, as a chill would run down his spine. The feeling always meant an echo was attached to something somewhere nearby. That's what Cameron called the beings. Not exactly intelligent, or even living, but entities that interacted with, and usually threatened the living. In that particular case, it emanated from under the back porch. When he told Devon about it, the bear knew immediately what Cameron was talking about. Oh yeah, I hear something moving under there all the time, like a person crawling around. Even Dad says he saw red eyes under there once. Being more sensitive doesn't exactly answer questions, though. Like, why is it there? Where did it come from? What the hell is it? All he knows is that it's not a person, and it never was a person. Because they're all demons. While Cameron had seen that old spark of interest in Devon's eyes, he had told Cameron to just ignore it and focus on their visit for now. Devon just wanted everything to go away, quietly, like it never happened. That included Cameron's abilities. That was at the end of the second week, and over the course of his life, Cameron would look back on that visit as one of the last times he was truly himself. He has a trailer home in the southwest. Okay, planning to make a dash to related parallels. By the third week, Cameron was recovering at a remarkable rate. Devon began to pay Artie more visits and phone calls. Arturo's improvement was also rapid, but Cameron was left feeling a little sad that Artie never asked to talk to him. He would only ask Devon how the coyote was holding up. It made sense, he would tell himself. Devon and Artie go back further than Devon and he himself did. Sure, something had felt off, but considering the circumstances, nothing was normal at that time. But as the third week progressed, what had been bubbling below the surface made itself fully known. The only thing that seemed to be getting back to normal were his dreams. Sometimes he still woke up, whimpering or crying, thinking he was back in Echo. Devon had it far worse, waking up in a howling panic, yelling about guns and chains and death. Those were the times that Cameron did his best to give comfort and support. At least as best as his patched up and sore body could manage. But now, some time between him and what happened, Cameron feels like a part of him is missing. Like he's not fully present. Like pieces of him litter the town of his trauma. It felt like he was still there, in a way. And when that feeling really started to set in, that's when it happened. Small pressure in his right ear started to develop. It was something that he was sure had to do with the hearing loss he had experienced with the gunshot blast. It was irritating, and it felt bizarre. They had set up another appointment with Cameron's audiologist a few weeks from then. Hearing loss was likely permanent. Then something began to replace it. Right in the middle of the afternoon. April 2020. Cameron starts working again that week. He wants to feel useful again because they're both working from home now. It seems like a reasonable idea. Devon didn't want him starting yet, of course, but Cameron wants a sense of normalcy to come back faster, and his shitty job had seemed like the perfect solution. Trying to work with mostly one paw does come with a bigger challenge than Cameron had expected, not realizing how much he used his non-dominant one. Typing is particularly slow, but he was getting better at managing it. Still, it makes him sluggish, and even though his boss is understanding, even telling him just forward any rude customers her way, it still leaves him occasionally flustered in ways he isn't used to. After a rather harsh call that begins with "Thank God, it's someone I can finally fucking understand," and then ends with "You know what would have been faster?" Cameron waits for the answer. Anything. This is the last time I buy some ass phone made in some shit factory. Cameron rubs his eyes, wondering how different the interaction would be if they did face-to-face video calls. His phone was actually assembled in the States after Julian pledged. It's not the answer the man wants to hear. Cameron can tell before he even gets cut off. Transfer me to your superior, please. Of course. One moment. As Cameron reaches for the button to his boss's line, he hears the man muttering under his breath. No, they hired for customer service. I hang up immediately. Anytime anyone becomes irate, I immediately tell them, "Do you want help or not?" Because if you keep talking to me in this tone of voice, if you keep talking to me like this, I will hang up. We have the right to hang up, and if you want assistance, you will talk to me politely, and you will say please and thank you. If you do not, I will hang up, and I will tell my coworkers to make sure they hang up on you. We know your number now. I have written it down. So thank you, and please reword your next statement carefully. So yes. Click. No big deal. He would get one of those every week, according to his coworkers. It's gotten worse since the pandemic started. Yeah, you do that exactly. Why did that one hurt his feelings so badly? To the point that his eyes are welling up with tears. Maybe it's because he went through hell and back, and that man has no idea. No idea. Then, his computer screen seemed to stretch far away, and Cameron finds himself grabbing the edge of his desk, like he's about to fall over. Pressure grows in his right ear. He realizes maybe that's what's causing the strange feeling of being off balance as the world tilts. Pandemic is part of the Echo universe? Yep. Arches just finished like a couple months ago. I think either late last year or early this year. So, yes, it is. I'm so glad I don't work in customer service anymore. But no, he's tripping again. It's a flashback. Just a flashback. No, it's brain damage, and you'll probably feel like this forever. Brian poisoned you. Cameron holds very still, positive he didn't think those thoughts just now. And you are just a fucking... Can't handle a literal customer stereotype? Just smash the keyboard and admit you can't work anymore. Cameron brings a paw up to his right ear, where the voice came from. Is this headset still on? Or... No. And you can tell it's coming from inside your head, you idiot. You stupid fuck. Worthless. After that, Cameron remembers very little except panic, followed by confusion. A ton of confusion. His thoughts make no sense, and a voice that's definitely not his thoughts. Doesn't make sense. Now he doesn't understand where he is. The voice continues to encourage him to smash the keyboard, so he does, just to see if maybe it will break his bizarre half-dream. Devin, in his own study, hears this. After finding Cameron sobbing on the ground, surrounded by black plastic keycaps and bleeding from reopened stitches, frantic Devin drives him to the hospital. Maybe I'll stop if you grab the wheel and turn into the median? For old time's sake. And he doesn't even need a fucking fan. Look, Mom, no fans. The voice snickers. It continues to laugh at him, all the way to the psychiatric ward. October 2020. After about 7 months after Echo, and 6 months after his episode, Cameron feels worse than he did right after Echo. The voice that had wormed its way into his damaged ear had disappeared just a few days after an antipsychotic treatment, but it returned again and again, every few days, whenever something upset him, whenever he gets into arguments with Devin, and really, whenever it pleases, it makes itself known. It comes in a deep, masculine voice, though sometimes it's Brian-like in how it taunts and laughs at him. Short asides that were sometimes mean, sometimes meaningless, and sometimes boring. All about things Cameron would do and people he would see. It feels like he's trying to remind Cameron things aren't okay as weeks continued to come and go with manageable but clearly present psychotic symptoms. He had worried his broken arm would stop him from being able to play music as well as he used to. Turns out he didn't have to worry about all that because he doesn't give a fuck anymore. Like a switch, his interests, his motivation, his want to do anything productive or useful seemed to just turn off. His thought process had been wrecked, and the disorganized thoughts during his episodes became present even when he wasn't having one. His mother said she needed meth because it fought the feelings that her psychosis brought on, which was brought on by meth. A vicious cycle. And speaking of which, he finally got his diagnosis: schizophrenia, likely induced by the trauma and drug use in Echo. Not that it really mattered what induced it, because the problem is, he has it. There's no taking that back after all. Propranolol for restlessness from akathisia, escitalopram for depression, trazodone for sleep and depression, topiramate for weight control, guanfacine for tic, and PTSD, and clonazepam as needed for anxiety and panic attacks. His head tilts to the right before coming back up in a sort of twitching movement. Twice. Tick tick. The symptoms of schizophrenia are devastating enough, but so are these side effects of the antipsychotics to treat it. Side effects that are covered up by medications that have even more side effects, which in turn are maybe more tolerable. The first antipsychotic he tried made him too tired. He finally switched after 4 months. This switch aggravated the dopamine in his brain, according to his last psychiatrist, and for some reason, this meant that his childhood motor and vocal tics got to come back. Not just come back, they came back with a vengeance, to the point that when he got especially emotional, his neck and sometimes his body would go into an uncontrollable twitching fit. At least he could hide it, at the very least control it when he was younger. It makes him feel like some kind of freak show in public. His vocal tics would come up at worst moments, and talking to anyone other than Devin would result in awful humiliations that sometimes triggered psychosis again. When a vocal tic involving his diaphragm appeared, one that he'd never had before, Cameron really began to despair. It would force him to exhale for 10 to 15 seconds before holding it until he nearly blacked out. And then it would release, and he would be gasping for air again, vision coming back through blurry tears, only for it to happen half a dozen more times in agonizing waves. It was so distressing that each time it happened, triggered an episode, and he'd be left with so many tics happening at once that even Devin couldn't communicate with him. The familiar tightening in his abdomen signaling the approach of another episode was enough to make him whine and cry in dread. All of this because of that damn pill that's supposed to help him. 3 or 4 of those vocal episodes every day for a week, and Devin had finally had enough and found a different psychiatrist. This helped a great deal. Cameron found himself trusting her far more than he ever did his first psychiatrist. She immediately switched him to another antipsychotic, one that she said would help with his tics too. Still, when Cameron had been readying himself to take his first dose, he broke down and cried like a child. He begged Devin to make him not to take it. It just made the whole situation worse. What if it caused more problems to show up? What if it made him worse? Cameron read about all the horrible, lifelong side effects that antipsychotics can cause. Dyskinesia, akathisia, dystonia, catatonia, and his old childhood bane that he had almost forgotten about, Tourette's syndrome. The word tardive can be placed in front of any of those symptoms, which means that even if you stop taking the drug, and even if years go by, the symptoms linger. And then, there's always the worry that tolerance might build, supersensitivity might set in, and the dosage might need to be increased. Then he might develop a treatment-resistant form of schizophrenia. All from these little pills, wreaking havoc on the synapses of his brain. More poison, more brain damage. Cameron rubs his right ear vigorously. You're the brain damage, asshole. Fuck you, you brain-damaged piece of shit. Why don't you take the whole bottle, pathetic faggot? Think you can just talk to me like that, fucker? Remembering the management techniques his therapist taught him, Cameron takes a deep breath. Hey, time to take my medication. It's been a few weeks now, and my tics have decreased by over half, and I haven't had a breathing tic in 4 days. I feel like this is good progress. What? Think is positive symptoms have decreased by maybe 40% over the last week. Good progress. I just hope my negative symptoms improve as well. That's my next goal, once I reach stability. His thoughts are his own again. That makes Cameron feel at least a little better, knowing that some things are coming easier. He begins opening his pill organizer and pulls out the most important one. The psychiatrist had been right, and for once, Cameron feels like they may have at least found the right road to the new him. Oh, so that's what tardive means? Yeah. A return to hear a gamer word. High hand. Despite tolerating haloperidone much better than the last antipsychotic, it still causes the same side effects that make him need to take all the other meds. At least it's making his tics better. Tick, tick. Though he doubts they will ever truly go away, like they did in his childhood. Tardive Tourette's syndrome. Devastating on its own, but still controllable. Manageable. With time. He has to believe that. As the sound of his pills rattling against plastic seems to echo through the kitchen, Cameron hears Devin in his study. Oh, you're taking them now? Just a sec. That was fast. Cameron mutters under his breath, feeling just a little resentful knowing that Devin had been listening in on his thinking out loud technique. Cameron sighs and picks up the pill again, staring at it closely, as if able to see its molecular structure, engineered to block the dopamine receptors in his brain. The root cause of psychosis, at least at the molecular level. More complicated than that. It always is. Devin comes in with just his underwear on. Handsome. Good boyfriend. A year ago, it would have been a sight that Cameron would have appreciated. Probably would have put his arms around him and rubbed his face into the chest like he used to. But his sex drive was killed months ago, either from meds or from one of the many symptoms of schizophrenia. It's just another reminder that he's not who he used to be. While sex is the last thing on his mind, Cameron knows it's important in their relationship. He occasionally would force himself to do it and pretend to enjoy it, but everything aches now, and in the end, he finds himself staring at the ceiling. Devin noticed and eventually suggested they wait until Cameron feels better, until he actually wants it himself, which only made Cameron feel worse. Devin's libido is stronger than Cameron's ever was, but he knows it must be sexually frustrating for the bear. But right now, Devin is just standing there, smiling pleasantly as he watches Cameron. Making sure you take your poison. He wants your brain damaged more than it already is. A jolt of fear, a dip into unreality. Cameron feels angry at how easily the voice slipped into his thoughts again. Useful poison. Cameron winces at the crazy coming out of his mouth. I'm sorry, just thinking out loud, if that's what you're wondering. Okay, that's good. Remember, it does seem to act up right before you take your medication, so don't worry about it too much. Yeah, you know I don't need you to watch me anymore. Quiet as Cameron swallows the pills, angling himself so that Devin can see, and then he follows it, with the rest of the 5 or so pills he holds in his paw. Cameron finishes swallowing those, knowing that, in an hour, he won't be able to keep his eyes open. Right? Or do you still not trust me? No, I agree with you, but we also agreed I'd do it for at least a year, just in case. Even if you said you were fine, remember? Cameron hates the fact that he's right. Yeah, because you don't trust me. Spitefully, Cameron turns to show Devin the underside of his tongue, as if the bear might be suspicious he's hiding it. Cameron. You want to do a cavity search too? Hey, you know, maybe that can be our solution. I take my meds and you get to play with my ass. Cameron feels a burst of anger from Devin, and for some reason, it feels good. Kind of a fucked up thing to say, don't you think? Is that what you think I care about? Is that what you think I even care about right now? Devin's already sounding angry, quicker than he usually does, and suddenly they're in a fight. The ones they never had before Echo. Things must be getting extra stressful for Devin, if it's this easy to provoke him. And Cameron should do something to help him, to soothe him. But instead he wants to fight. For a moment, he even wants Devin to hit him. Kill him, grab one of the knives, to punch him right in the face, and end everything as they know it. Not much for them to lose, anyway. Why are you all of a sudden intent on making me take my meds? Pretty different from college, right? This is so different, Cameron. I know I talked shit on psychology before. I acted like I knew what it was about. But like you say, everyone changes. It's because I'm a problem for you now. And you just want me to take what'll make me not crazy, even if it makes me feel like shit. I want you to get better. I'm not going to get better, Devin. This is permanent. It doesn't mean you can't get better. And that's the point. And then I'll relapse. And if you relapse, we'll help you get better again. I don't even care about the stupid voice anymore, or even the tics. Fuck you. I'll make you care, you piece of shit. Tick, tick, tick. But it feels like my soul has been sucked out. And I don't know if it's the meds, or the crazy, or just me, but I hate it. I hate it too. I hate it so much. I hate that you feel this way. That's why I'm doing this. But you don't even have a fucking clue what this is like. Everyone just talks about the voices and the hallucinations and the delusions. But what about the cognitive shit? I can't think. Nothing feels real. I feel dead. You're right. I don't. But you're all I think about most every minute of the day because I see you suffer and I want to stop it. Lies, idiot. Fucking faggot. Hurt and kill him. I'm probably suffering because of the meds. It's like back in college, but 10 times worse. I can't write or even listen to music anymore. I don't want to do anything. Come on, Cameron. This is the main reason people relapse. Their positive symptoms go away, they think they're better, and then they stop their meds so the negative symptoms aren't as bad, and then they relapse. You need time. A year at least. And then maybe we can start tapering off. But not now. What if I do relapse? It's like only half of schizophrenics that even achieve a full 10-year remission. Medical literature he's obsessed over pours out of his mouth. Shitty quality of life, up to 30 years off the average life expectancy. Incurable. Then we'll try again. Right? A burst of anxiety from Devon. While Cameron never thought hard on what he might do, he does suppose he'd consider ending it. If this is how the rest of his life will play out, he's sure he will. Eventually. But only when Devon isn't here to take that blow. He hates you, wants you to die. The voice continues to talk, and Cameron rubs his ear, trying to ground himself. Right. The obvious signs of Cameron having an episode seem to bring Devon back down as well. The bear quickly hugs Cameron. I'm sorry. Despite his sore and sensitive skin, it feels good after a burst of anger and sadness. I'm just sad. I'm sad because I had such a good life with you. It feels like it was just yesterday, but it's just gone now. It's strange that he can remember his past so vividly, feeling of being mostly normal in his brain. Devon squeezes him tighter. We always talk about the new you, how we just have to wait for him to get here. We'll have a new life. It'll just be a rough couple of months, maybe a bit longer. Cameron sniffles. What day is it anyway? Like the 15th? The 24th, I think. I forgot that your birthday was last week. I just remembered now. Devon laughs. Honestly, me too. I think that he might benefit from a hearing aid in that right ear. He probably will. But considering what I think is actually maybe not an actual psychotic thing, it might actually be something lingering from echo. He might just start hearing things from there that don't actually exist. Aside from the voice, I mean. If that happens. This is one of the most real things I've ever seen in my whole life. This ain't fair. The escaped echo and still the bads, right? The hardest thing about that particular argument for Devon, that he completely empathized with Cameron. He can't imagine being in that situation, made to take medication that changes him so fundamentally that he's not in full control of his movements, or even his breathing. The coyote is justified in being angry, sad, childish, and sometimes outright spiteful. It doesn't mean it isn't unsettling to see Cameron lash out and cry in ways Devon had never seen him come close to before. Points. Feels like he's watching the deconstruction of a life in real time. It leaves his stomach feeling hollow and sick, like it did days after Brian had a go at it. The thought of the old bear makes Devon so angry now. He wishes that man was still alive. At least then there'd be a chance for him to try and knock out a few more of his teeth in court during the victim impact statement or something. Stress continues to build as Cameron's condition remains unstable. Merle, hello. I hope you're having a good day today. Oh, we're being impacted by the after part of a story, and it's horrible. The transfer was scheduled for November, and Devon is trying to tie up an extremely apologetic and professional email to explain the situation and also request a possible video meeting to delay the transfer. Sag hours. It is dark time, Merle. Merle, no, your innocence is at risk. It's a reasonable request, especially considering the state of the world at the moment. But then, seemingly out of nowhere, his breathing picks up speed. Confused, Devon watches as the edges of his vision begin to darken. He can't figure out why he suddenly feels as if he's going to pass out. First thing that comes to Devon's mind is Arturo's older brother, who died of a pulmonary embolism after a surgery. One that Artie talked about casually, while high, even though Devon knows he's still devastated by it. Maybe there will be a medication ad on TV that fits exactly what he needs. Uh-oh. Devon stands up from his desk, walking, then sinking to the ground as the room spins. Cam? I need help, please. I can't. Before he can stop himself, he blurts out Cameron's name, simultaneously questioning whether that's a good idea or not. Cameron, seeing his boyfriend die in front of him, won't exactly help his mental state. It's better that he's probably sleeping like a rock right now. He pulls out his phone as he's on his knees, having pressed the 9 and 1, where a very groggy, sedated Cameron comes in, his expression of bleary confusion turning to fear. Don't worry, I just can't catch my fucking breath. A look of recognition comes over the coyote's face. Kneeling in front of Devin, presses the bear's head against his chest. Devin, it's okay. We're okay. Breathe with me. Devin's not sure if that's what the problem is. Just after a few seconds, it stops. Are you okay? I've never seen you like that before. Devin sees Cameron's neck twitch multiple times, and he immediately feels like an idiot. Here he is, having a stupid, breathless panic attack, while Cameron is having vocal tics that force him to almost pass out from not being able to breathe. A personal experience with that kind of medication intertwining and stacking effects. As long as but lifelong medical science nerd, I'm aware of them, and it's a scary thing acknowledging how that can impact your life. Oh, absolutely. Much less someone who cares about you deeply being hurt, seeing you deal with them. Yeah. Yeah. Devin tries to get him to go back to bed, but Cameron sleeps on the sofa in the study, determined to be there if Devin needs him again. While Devin feels like he should be the one doing the comforting right now. He's glad to have Cameron there. I'm trying to avoid thinking about it. That's what the coyote feels like when he's panicking. Scary moment. Devin doubts he'll let the feeling sneak up on him again, now that he's familiar with it. He had considered therapy and medication, like he's constantly trying to find for Cameron, but part of him has to admit that he's scared too. Besides, he's not bad enough that he needs that help. He'll settle on what always helped him deal with stress in the past, which is being active. Exercise will be the good for both of them, actually. Once he sends this email, he'll figure out how to renew both of their gym memberships, assuming the place is still even open. I think Jacob needs to deflate Alec. He is behind me, and he's looking at me. I'm pretty sure we're very close to the end of this, so let me take Jacob out real quick. Get him a food, and hopefully there will be some sort of positive ending to all this. Give me a second. Oh. 5-minute break? Something like that. Be right back.
Seasons come and go, from winter sun to summer snow. This ain't my first time at the rodeo. Nature ain't a fruit machine. She's gotta keep her credits clean. Good things come to those who wait, but I ain't in a patient phase. It's summertime and I had all the fire. They're gonna make me in a sweet red wine, hanging around like a fruit on a tree, waiting to be picked. Come on, cut me free. Come on, fill your cup up, looking for some good luck. Good luck, good luck to you. Hanging like a fruit, ready to be juiced, juiced, juiced. Living like Dolce Vita, life couldn't get much sweeter. Don't you give me a reason that it's not the right season. Babe, I love you a lot. I'll give you all I got. Yeah, you know that it's true. I've been saving all my summers for you. I've been saving all my summers for you. Like fruit, like fruit.
Okay.
Baby, I am plump and ripe. I'm pinker than
We should be good.
delight.
Look like Jesus.
I look like Jesus. You're right. Okay, let's see. Isaac, hello. Okay. All right. Let's see how they turn this back into a positive. If they do, because I know some people and their stories on a sad outlook. So let's hope it's. Alex, if you're not noticing the rude message in chat earlier, I should pay close attention to chat when I'm reacting to things. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry. I let the thing play because one, I know y'all like that video, and two, it was a little cathartic letting it play, and them not being able to see it because they were banned, you know. So we love this. But yeah, I'm hoping with what they say about the smoke room, they will hear too. But we'll see. I'd like to have a good night's sleep, so I hope they have a happy ending. I know I feel like we're getting close to the ending, so we'll see. Devin steps out of the gym, taking a deep breath of the frigid February air. You're cute, that's all I wanted to remind you. Excuse me. No, you. There aren't many cars or people on the street. Not this early on a Saturday morning. Probably because they're sleeping in like they should be. Devin instinctively reaches out for Cameron's paw. But he's not there. He hasn't been there for a while now. Almost a year. Well, what he used to be is there. At home. What he used to be is there, at home, in the urn on Cameron's old dresser, along with all the Coyote's other little possessions that Devin kept. It hurts even more, because he's almost certain that Cameron would have loved this city. He would do a better job remembering that Cameron isn't right next to him if... Quit thinking about me like I'm dead. I'm not. I'm thinking about you like you're physically gone. I do miss being physically present. I guess I could be dead, but that doesn't really matter. You're not dead. I'm just like your vessel now. That is such a creepy word. Just say I'm like your passenger. By the way, you reek. It's Saturday, so I don't have work. Besides, I'm not taking a shower when the air dryer temperature is room temperature. I didn't say I didn't like it. It's from a fresh workout. Devin grunts as he makes his way through the parking lot towards his car.
Ooh, woo.
Somehow this is worse. I'm saying Echo Riders hate gays, who just aren't allowed to win. You were pushing yourself really hard, to be honest. Take it easier next time? Taking it easy is what got you hurt. Anyways, the more echoes we can kill off, the better. I doubt we can ever have that much of an impact, Devin. This shit is old. Ancient, even. It's a lot bigger than us in a lot of different ways. I just want to see how well this works out. If it can be done, maybe we can tell others about it? Start a movement? To kill off haunted places at the source. But how many people have had their dead boyfriend in their head giving them psychic abilities? Well, won't tell them that part. Just the psychic part. Gonna take credit for my abilities. Hey, I'm learning to fight too. You see how much I've been bulked up? Devin flexes his muscles underneath his winter coat, padding muscles he wishes he'd had when he'd fought Brian. I didn't know you could punch ghosts. And I'd wish you'd get a different coach. He beats on you way too hard. I knew what I was getting into. Anyways, remember about the source? Usually it's some shitty person feeding these places. Oh, well, punching people sounds worse, actually. Either way, this is all a good workout. You should try. Devin catches himself halfway through saying it. Even though he knows it's coming, and even though he tries to stop it, the imagery of Cameron's ruined face flashes through his mind. He should just be happy that the coyote is still talking to him. That he's still with them. Kind of. I miss you. Please don't do that, Devin. I'm right here. I want to hold you. You basically are. I'm giving you a big emotional hug right now. I might also be feeling out your muscles too, because you have bulked up nicely. Devin laughs and wipes his eyes. Thanks, Cam. Cameron watches all of this, but not that Cameron in Devin's head. Cameron that avoided the shotgun, that survived. He's had these dreams a few times. First, he simply thought them to be traumatic nightmares from a traumatic event. But this is one of those dreams that feels so real, he almost can't tell he's dreaming. They're not really nightmares either. They're usually mundane, kinda funny, and kinda sad. The dreaming Cameron, for some reason, doesn't trust passenger Cameron at all. This version of himself feels off, almost like there isn't even a soul to go with him. Otherwise, he sounds and acts just like he does, or did, before the diagnosis. Makes him wonder if he'd trade off, given the opportunity. Cameron isn't waking up, so with little else to do, he reaches out mentally and digs into this other Cameron a bit deeper. But he sees lasts only a second. After tearing out Brian's throat, this Cameron immediately began communicating with Devin. Not an illness, not like what Cameron has, but it's still Echo, part of that town. And Cameron doesn't want this Devin to... Devin, he's back! A feeling difficult to describe comes over Cameron. It's something from that dead Cameron. That entity that acts and talks like Cameron. The thing that's currently attached to that Devin. tied up, bound with a rope, with a foul-tasting rag gagging him. The big bear has been gone for over an hour, but no matter how hard he tries, he can't make the zip ties and chains move. And then his stomach turns, and the meal Brian had brought him at the bar starts to come back up. He's going to throw up, but he's chained down on his back. With a gag in his mouth, he's going to throw up, and then he's going to drown. Vomit floods his mouth. Cameron leaps out of bed, one paw over his muzzle. He stubs his toe horrifically on the door frame to the bathroom, bending back the claw so that it's left bleeding and almost ripped out. Jesus fucking Christ. When does this end? Oh my god, that was almost a sad positive. And I'm here fucking tears welling up. But no, back to pain. Yes, when can I have anything? Can I have anything that's positive in this? But he makes it to the toilet in time to retch up a small amount of whatever's in his stomach. His name was Alan, a rat, Cameron thinks. The coyote can't remember his last name. The last name of the man who drowned in his vomit. Cameron sobs for both himself and the poor young rat that lived a short, hard life, only for it to end by choking on shitty food Brian lured him in with. After a minute, the coyote calms down and listens, thankful that Devin is an incredibly heavy sleeper. What he'd seen definitely happened, and even though the police stopped trying to interview him after learning about his schizophrenia diagnosis, he would still put in an anonymous tip tomorrow. Cameron knows there's at least twice as many victims that the police know about, and he plans to report every single one that he sees. Brian's still alive? Half a year later, Cameron finally starts to feel as if he's starting to live life again. Not his old life, but a new, unfamiliar one. Just one of Brian's old victims? Oh. Okay. Tapering down his meds, along with exercising, definitely helped. That was vision. Okay. Oh, so we're not dead. Apparently. We've been. Wow. Which is why he came here with Devin to visit Arturo. When he sees his old friend, he feels a bit better. Just based on the shape of his amalgamation. It's a bit more full, and while it's still damaged, it's also at peace. Cameron knows that feeling. He's different now, and he's accepted that. But he's still Arturo, which the cat has come to accept too. He's just different now. Changed, like everyone changes. A terrible, dramatic change, but one that can happen to anyone. Things always tend to get worse, but then they tend to get better too. Cameron knows this, just by looking at Arturo. While the coyote did just want to see his old friend, he also wanted to know a few other things. His methods are morally questionable, but he justifies it since he's tired of being kept in the dark. An hour before they get there, Cameron eats a piece of chocolate from the backpack he brought for at their stay at a motel. Are they trying to convey how real the visions feel? Because it's working! Or dream vision of an alternate timeline? Maybe. Happy ending? Wait, sad ending. Wait, happy ending. Wait, sad. Eiko has actual alternate timelines. I'm afraid that was an actual timeline. I know, right? Ugh. Devin complains when Cameron says that it was the last one. The coyote knows the bear would lose his mind if he knew that's exactly what Cameron did. Because it was the last one. The coyote knows the bear would lose his mind. And that was microdosing psilocybin. Stupid, idiotic, unbelievable when it would cause them severe, lasting damage. Idiot. It might have been what triggered his schizophrenia, but his abilities increased tenfold, even on this tiny amount. Besides, it made him feel better. Of course, he'll tell Devin when more time has passed. But the bear has shown almost zero interest in paranormal as of late. Maybe he'll just tell him he's taking it for the mood lift. For now, he just wants to take in the emotions and conversation. Oh. Okay. I guess I don't know. Fuck. So there's a timeline where Cam is dead, but is it canon? Maybe? This is a style of writing is mean and kind of shitty to be honest, but it's super effective. Oh, absolutely. We're different, changed. Oh my god, look at him. We love that, man. I know, so good. Well, what I'm trying to do is get rid of this damn limp. That's what people notice most if I'm not talking. Cameron smiles pleasantly, despite the fact that Arturo is more guarded and fortified mentally than anyone else he's met, which is the last thing he'd expected. Actually, I didn't even notice. Ah, well, you will next time you see me walk. Anyways, I hear you're working on your master's, Devin? Every stutter, every struggle feels like a physical blow to Cameron, but he tries not to show it. He knows Artie doesn't want useless pity right now, and Cameron always hated it too. Yep, up at University of Deseret. Sweet, in what? Mechanitronics or mechatronics or robotics? Of course, and how's that, how's that progressing? Good, just finished my first semester. And the place you're working at, they're financing it? That's really quick. He recovered? He did. Oh, not Deseret? Yeah. I'm at the same company. It was always a part of the plan once we moved. I still gotta graduate for them to reimburse my tuition though. I mean, I don't know if I like this, but I could also imagine a timeline where they never go to Echo and everything is fine, right? No pressure. I don't know how he does it all. Work, school, cooking, gaming, and you're good at all of it. That's just like him. Party and drink the night before a final, and then ace it while hungover. Cameron is close enough to Devin to see his skin flesh under his fur. While some might find Devin to be overly humble, it has more to do with a sort of imposter syndrome. Cameron knows it must be awkward to be praised for not having to study or work as hard as his fellow students and coworkers. Despite that, Cameron still feels proud knowing his boyfriend is already inching into a leadership position at the company. He has no doubt the bear will be doing incredible things in his career. So, how are things going for you? What are you doing these days? Weren't you thinking about going back to work at that specialized school? Yep, Spectrum Solutions Academy. And I'm already back. Went back as soon as I got vaccinated. Still in RBT, working with kids with low functioning autism? Oh, low functioning autism. How is it? Great. It was almost like going back home. I'm supposed to have like 2 clients, but they've got about 5 on me now. They were so happy to see me, but they can tell something's a bit off about me though. Sounds a bit rough. Is your recovery still going well? Artie visibly draws into himself a little bit. I'd like to call it a process these days. Most of the recovery is over, I think. Oh, I see. Just silent for a second too long. Cameron's slow response is mainly due to being distracted, having finally deciphered Artie's general thoughts, feelings, and emotions. In that moment, that guard had slipped. Cameron realizes Artie knows he's psychic. Of course, he told him that. He knows it, truly believes it, and for the past almost 2 years, he's realized how much of this happened because of Cameron. Arturo is afraid of Cameron. Cat senses the strangeness, the offness of who Cameron is now. Arturo also wonders if it's possible that the coyote brought a piece of Echo into the house with him. That shadow entity, it entered him, and never came back out, as far as Arturo knows. Who's to say it's not still? Maybe it's like a management phase? That's what Cam calls it, anyway. Right, honey? Devin, probably confused by the tension, tries to add more to the conversation. That's right. That piece of shit hurt you pretty badly too, huh? Yeah, really. It's the schizophrenia I was diagnosed with afterwards that I'm still trying to manage. Cameron suddenly decides to just tell Arturo about his own struggles, if only to look for some sympathy, understanding. Seems unfair not to tell him, for some reason anyway. For a moment, Arturo's expression becomes one of genuine sadness. Oh, I'm really, really sorry to hear about that, Cameron. Was it from what happened? I hope it wasn't the weed. No, I think it's what happened after that pushed me over the edge. See, that makes sense. Do they think it would have happened anyway eventually? Cameron shrugs. Maybe. I think I might have been in a prodromal state for years. It's obvious I was on the brink for a while, but he'll never know. For that moment, though, he feels like he and Artie have made a connection. Artie understands that they have completely different problems, but they're both life-changing, and the two of them are bound to these problems for the remainder of their lives. That wouldn't make a story. Not sure it wouldn't. If you're familiar with, say, timelines, there's a timeline where Weaselman didn't fuck up the car. He's such a good cinnamon roll. He's so good. Arturo's an angel. Wizard is the writing system Joseph Smith tried to implement for English. Oh. To clarify, that wasn't meant as a reply to the message asking about canon. Oh. Social link unlocked. The Hierophant. Then Artie senses that darkness, that bit of echo, emanate from Cameron again, and he mentally recoils. It's been a rough road, but we managed to find some stability at the end of last year. God, it's such a pain in the ass trying to settle on the right meds. That took Maria a few years, I think. Oh, hey, Maria! Some rustling from the hallway, and a young leopard comes into the living room. Maria, having clearly been very nearby in the hall. Why'd you go? I just wanted to give you guys some space. We were just talking about how long it can take to adjust to meds. Maybe you can give him advice again? He also gets the happy ending he needs. Thank you. may this not be a bad ending in the process. I'm gonna believe that this is the canon ending since it's the one that the game is focusing on, apparently. Exactly. Finally, a happy fucking ending. Ugh. She leans in to give Arturo a kiss, and Arturo takes it without a single hint of embarrassment or annoyance. Another solid rock in Artie's life, and one that will stay until the end. While Cameron would normally never invade someone's mind like this, the Coyote doubts he'll have many chances to do so again in the future, and he needs to know if Artie's on a good track or not. Maria turns to Cameron, because they themselves have been friends for years, even a little longer than he's known Devin. He can tell that this is weirdly set up. Oh yeah, antidepressants, antipsychotics, mood stabilizers. Feels like I've been through almost all of them. Yeah, it makes me want to sleep all day, but also want to tear out my fur and crawl out of my skin. Cameron likes Maria a lot, and just like Devin and Arturo, they slip back into the old swing of things. It's nice, but he can't help but notice he's been swept out of the conversation with Arturo. Anyway, the main reason I went back to work this early is because I needed something normal. Sure, things are harder now, stuttering, memory is shit, can't really depend on the right side of my body anymore. But fuck, is it nice not being cooped up in here, living on disability. But the only thing work has complained about is that I guess my inhibitions are a bit lower than they used to be. I swear I'm not trying to be a dick, but I haven't noticed that. Oh yeah, they said something about too many words, too little tact, like 3 years ago. I'm pretty sure it's just me. I can kind of tell that it might be affecting you now. Sometimes it's hard to tell the side effects from symptoms of psychosis. but especially the residual negative symptoms. I mean, positive symptoms are obvious, but making your thoughts flow normally again, making yourself want to go back outside, talk to people, live, that tends to come back last. And sometimes it comes back a bit different. Sometimes it doesn't come back at all. Now, while he tries to hold a conversation about psychotropic medication with Maria, he realizes how much things have changed. In fact, if Cameron's visions hold true, this will be one of the last handful of times he'll speak to Artie. It hurts. It leaves Cameron feeling a deep pit of guilt, shame, and even a little anger, mostly because it's unfair, and he can't blame anyone. But as he watches his old friend laugh and talk to Dev, almost like what happened never happened, Cameron sees a long, solid friendship ahead of them, and he's happy for that. Cameron realizes, even without having to read minds, that Maria is specifically there to keep Cameron distracted, to keep him away from Arturo. That finally shuts up the psychic part of Cameron's brain. Rather than leaving a hollow feeling, he's left feeling like he's been punched. Why are they treating him like a monster? Like he's the one. The final thought he receives from Maria, and deep down, under her concern for Cameron's diagnosis, he's wondering if he's prodding at Arturo's mind. Arturo can sense him. His own sensitivity is subtle, almost too understated to be picked up on. But it's there, and that's why he feels like Cameron is carrying Echo with him. Cameron is mainly worried that Arturo knows what he's doing right now, and his neck and cheek becomes warm as he feels like he's been caught in the act. Maria mentions something about how she has tardive dyskinesia, and Cameron focuses back on their conversation, genuinely curious if it's gotten better for her with time. And that's how the rest of the afternoon plays out. The reason he'll only see Arturo 2 or 3 more times in his life isn't because of Arturo or Maria. It's because Cameron knows he can't come back here and cause them stress like this. Cameron is no longer a part of or welcome in their lives, and he won't impose himself again. Despite the hurt from learning their true feelings about him, Arturo's future is, if he has to sum it up, a happy one. Fuck. If y'all know anything about the original Echo, you knew this would happen. Yeah, but still, that doesn't mean we can't react to that shit. It hurts. And that she was there specifically to like distract him from entering their minds. Jesus. Time continues on in its steady, unrelenting march, and it brings with it both good and bad. Thank you for the pets. Hi, Marshall. Like, when not this. The pandemic falls into the background. Political instability comes to the forefront. Money becomes tighter, but the world keeps moving, as it tends to do. Still leaves Devin almost breathless at the idea that he's changed their lives in one weekend. While he has never really personally hated anyone to the point that he just wanted to hurt them, he does now. But that person is dead. He got the easy way out. For the first year, Devin wasn't sure how he'd continue his life. Cameron was either always sedated to the point of almost becoming unresponsive, or angry and sad to the point that he'd just sit in the bathroom and cry. The feeling of helplessness, of knowing that Cameron wanted to be dead, that he'd given up so much that he'd even told the bear he'd take opioids again if he could. And so, Dev started doing things he didn't want to do. checking Cameron's drawers, pockets, and his side of the closet when he wasn't around. He's angry at the medical professionals who sent Cameron home because he simply had intrusive thoughts. This had relieved Cameron, though Devin was unsure. In fact, he knew it wasn't right, but Cameron was so happy. It seemed to stop the episode. But then, over the next 2 days, he was in a deep psychotic state. His intrusive thoughts were actually thought insertions, and by the time they got back to the hospital, he was screaming that he was actually dead. He accused Devin of planting speakers in the walls and cameras in the mirror, which he shattered. Over that first month, it was a normal sight to see Cameron sitting up in bed, brushing away non-existent bugs, completely unresponsive to anything Devin would say. But that's 2 years behind them now, and Cameron is finally really starting to live and become someone who seems to enjoy life again. Because while the positive symptoms of delusions, hallucinations, and depersonalization have been physically absent over the past year, the negative symptoms lingered. Devin had read about that over and over again. Lack of motivation, lack of interest in things that once gave pleasure, lack of expressive emotions, the moments of confusion, and disorganized thought. It was the anhedonia that scared Cameron the most. It scared Devin too, because what's a life worth living if you don't want to do the things you trained, you aspired to do most of your life? Despite being able to listen to music again, Cameron decided a few months back to finally hang up his guitar. Cameron's paw is still weak. It still has a slight tremor to it when he holds it up. But Cameron hadn't touched his keyboard either, leaving it unplugged and dusty in their basement. The sight made Devin far more sad than it did Cameron. Oh, Melis Bude, thank you so much for the heckin' follow. This is hardly the worst denouement they've given us. Still, that's the magic of good writing. You can know what you're getting into, but it still manages to hurt. I kind of wish that the psychological terms of positive and negative were instead referred to as additive and subtractive. It'd be less confusing. Yeah, I was trying to think like what it meant by positive symptoms. I'll have to look that up later. Dr. Wolfwalk, oh shit, it has been an hour. Hi, Dr. Wolfwalker, welcome on in.
Dwarf Walker is coming on in with 71 gremlins.
Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Oh, there we go. Pizza. Positive typically means something that has been added. Negative is something that has been subtracted. Ergo. Oh, okay. I see. But hello. Hi, Dr. Wolfwalker. I hope you're having a good day today. How was your art? We're recovering slowly from the pain and torment that we just experienced. But I hope you're having a good day. No. Mundy. Hi, Mundy. Still wonders if he'd been more of an advocate for Cameron. Maybe pushed further observation. They could have stopped the psychosis before it truly spiraled. Was good. Was drawing random suggestion from chat. And the pizza was the best.
Alec.
Uh-oh. I'll have to check out your VOD. Yeah. Hello. Welcome on in. It has complicated our main characters' lives thus far. It's been like... Yeah. We're dealing with the ramifications of them dealing with a life-altering event, essentially. They give us a nice lo-fi livestream background to look at least instead of more bloodied furries. Yeah. Psychosis before it truly spiraled. Maybe he'd be his old self. What's wrong? You reading my mind again? Maybe. No, I can read your face. Devin doesn't want to bring down Cameron's mood. He's the one that wanted to come out for a walk around in the snow. And if Cameron wants to do something engaging and active, Devin will do it with him. It's strange that they got so much of it in March. It probably will be the last snowfall. I'm just realizing how out of shape I am. You think I'm starting to get a gut? Like a bad one? Aren't you on the thinner side for a bear nearing 30? Cameron makes a point of looking at Devin's midsection, and then prods it, making the bear huff. Oh, it is kind of squishy. Devin blushes. You caught me by surprise. And you just got done saying I wasn't fat. I love the music of this visual novel. It's so good in contrast to what the content has been. Hee hee hoo hoo. Ouch oof, my heart. Now the specific terms I was unfamiliar with in this context. Thank you for freeing me from trying to parse exactly what it meant in the description. Yeah. Music done by Anthemics. Oh yeah, they're so good. Well, my heart. Oh. Not fat, you're a bear. I just didn't think I'd feel pudged through your coat. Cameron tries again, but as expected, Devin is tensed up and there's little squishing to be had this time. I knew this wouldn't be a normal field trip. Exactly. I knew this would hurt. But it still hurt me. Let's sit down. Devin brushes snow off a bench for them. Hey, I hope I'm not annoying you. Devin closes his eyes in guilt and takes a deep breath. No, I'm just worried about different things. I'm happy to be out here walking with you. Good for the gut, anyways. Oh. Cameron rolls his eyes as they sit down. I'm getting chubbier too, you know. What happens? I love your body. If you want to fool around tonight, I can have a closer look. Cameron leans against Devin's shoulder. Only if I get to have a look at you too. Deal. And if we deem each other to be too chubby, we can go on a diet or something. Devin finds it strange that Cameron is usually the one cheering him up now. Coyote is worried about him, and Devin wishes he wouldn't be. Still, it makes him feel warm inside. He leans in to nuzzle Cameron. As he kisses his coyote, he realizes that this is a good moment in his life. A day he'll look back on fondly. I just want this to be in my saves, please. Please. Give me a good yes. We love this. Ah. Beautiful, thank you. Yes, we love this. We love this completely. This is good. Because I'm worried. I'm worried that this is going to be another gotcha. And I'm gonna be so sad if it is. Day he'll look back on for comfort, and harder days inevitably arrive. Devin glances up at the temple they're sitting across the street from. I always wondered what that golden dude with a stick was holding up there. And for a rug pull moment? Oh no, stay happy forever. Alec, don't progress. Let's just sit here, enjoy the moment. It's sad here. Don't look at me. Oh. It's sad here. Don't look at me cry. I've always wondered what the golden dude with the stick was doing up there. It takes Cameron a few seconds to understand what Devin is talking about. The guy on top of the Mormon temples? That's the angel Moroni. And he's holding a horn. He buried the golden plates. This is how it would have been if they hadn't made eye contact with the scrungly man 3 chapters ago. How do you know that? The Mormon friends told me. Oh, Cody the Bull? Yeah. You thinking about converting? Maybe if they ever become okay with this. Cameron leans in close to Devin again. Devin smiles, and they hold each other for a while. Something's on Cameron's mind, though. Devin knows to wait until the canine is ready. Devin, did you ever find what What you were looking for? Devin immediately knows what Cameron's referring to, and it makes his stomach twist into knots. I'll only bring it up this once, but I keep thinking about it, about why we went in the first place. I just wonder if you were able to, figure stuff out. Devin stares down at Cameron, even though the coyote isn't intentionally pointing out Devin's cascade of failures into catastrophic failure. He feels it. I figured out that it doesn't matter, and it isn't worth finding out about, and that I need to focus on us. Devin feels the string of tears in his eyes, but forces it back. I figured out that I made a huge mistake, and deeply hurt my friends. Brian hurt us. Oh. You gotta use a different way of saying the 3 a.m. part. You put 3.am. That's why. It thinks it's a link. My bot killed me. Yeah. Brian hurt us. Cameron says it almost instantly. You just don't seem as happy or outgoing as you used to be. I know you're really busy with work and you just got your master's degree, which is cool, which is so cool. But you seem, hey, it's like you said, we change. It's not really a divide, right? It's like chapters in our lives. We change with each one. And the last one we went through was brutal. Yeah, nothing stays the same, and we don't fully recover or become who we used to be. And still, we always want to go back to how it used to be. Devin feels a deep twinge in his chest, thinking about life would be like now if he'd just made that right turn. It's like how they say you can never go home again, because home isn't just a place, but it's people. And it's at a certain time, and when it ends, it ends. You can never get it back. Baby, I love you so much, and I know it sounds dumb as hell, but I can be your home. I'll be around as long as you want me to be, so you can always go home. I always will. Sorry if I was sounding depressing. I honestly feel at home with you. You're the only home I've got. But you know what's weird? I sense a lot from that temple, and I've sensed it in other spiritual places too. Like those Buddhist shrines in Wajia town? And even those little shops where you see mediums and psychics. Feels like they're taking in energy and letting energy out too. Like a portal. Huh? What do you think that means? I guess that there's hope for everyone. Lupita, Artie, you and me. And maybe that instead of nothing, there's... Devin, overwhelmed with grief, happiness, love, and loss, kisses Cameron. They kiss for a long time, and Devin desperately hopes Cameron is right, because more than anything, he wants to start fresh again, and to do it right. For now, though, he sits here with his husband, sitting and watching the snow fall silently. And that's okay. Because whether they disappear forever or go somewhere else, it'll be together. Devin feels a little hope reignited in his chest. There might be something. There might be nothing. But he's content to wait and find out. That will be a long ways away, he's sure. Not until they're like 110 after all. Oh. Oh. Howley, how could you? Kane Fox did amazing sprite work. This is good. And Themix also did good music work. And then they got run over by a snowplow. Shut up. Okay, so are we going to kill Hallie or what? No. God, this is incredible. I didn't expect to go through another Echo project. Especially not at a time where my life feels so uprooted, but thank you, Alec. I'm sorry. I hope you survived. Brian's coming back stronger with the next game. No. Fuck you. It was good. So that sure was a thing. That was a good ending, at least. And not Cameron's dead and inside my head as a possessing psychic echo bad. Yeah. I would have been... I thought that was canon for a second. My whole everything was just shattered. And then turns out this was a fucking nightmare, but I'm still here and hating myself. Like, I was like, no! Are you kidding me? That was a good ending, at least. It's not for camera. I mean, that was a good ending, but like, not in a good way. Oh, Arches. The Arturo of it broke my heart too, but I understand why. Yeah. I want to do the smoke room, but the smoke room is gonna have multiple endings because it's like it does the dating simulator bit where you choose a person to hang out with and then you get into their story. But two, smoke room's not done, but I don't want to touch smoke room until it is done. Well, it is canon, I guess, just not the main timeline. Yeah, I can't. I cannot, no matter what they said. Always moving in circles. These are echoes of a life lives, life lost, a ripple, a memory of what once was, the end. Is the smoke room also pretty spicy? I mean, it does focus on gay men. That's what the idea of a smoke room is. It is a place for gay men to meet up. If I remember correctly. I believe that's correct though. But yes. We will do that whenever it's done though. Oh man. And that's gonna have multiple endings. So that's multiple shots to the gut. Because for Echo, there were multiple endings to Echo for each route you chose, and each one of those fucking hurt so badly. Wait, so Echo is not related to Adastra at all. That was a lot of emotions. It sure was. Herdman, I'm Bleppin. Smoke rooms are moons are rooms with smoke in them. Exactly, Proto. Okay. TJ's ending and Echo still haunts me. Oh. Yep. It sure does. It sure does. I was not expecting TJ's route to end the way that it did. Or go the way that it did. But boy, oh boy. That's just a completely different story. Yeah. And we didn't get a sequel hook drop this time. Different story, but it does throw little bits that seem to overlap. Yeah. So we're free. We can go try and be happy now. We sure can. We could. I've never actually played anything in the Echo series. Kind of deliberately avoided as much info as I possibly could. So this was, ooh. So the, the good news is that this is completely separate from Echo. The only place that's similar is the story and a couple of the characters that you see that aren't the main cast. But yeah, this is its own separate and side story. So even if you read this, it spoils absolutely nothing in Echo, especially after going through it now. This tells you nothing in any way, shape, or form about anything about the other Echo stories. Also, this makes me want to finally play Night in the Woods for a time. You should. I do recommend that one. Night in the Woods is really good. Doesn't it? Yes, just do it. You get credits for everyone's dead and stuck in psychic purgatory. Oh, you mean one of the endings in Echo? Anyways, but yeah, I haven't really tried the Echo games because I'm scared it's too spimsy for me. Well, I can tell you now, none of them are sexual, except where it, like, needs to be. And there's only a few places where it needs to be. Unless you mean spimsy as in, like, how bad this story was. This didn't destroy me, but it was worthwhile slog. Abso-heckin-lutely. And I got the impression that this is a sort of spin-off that was safe to watch after I realized that it was related, though. Yeah. Fire of the Burp, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, not that swimsuit. I meant harrowing. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna be honest. If any of you do go and play Echo, hold on, Control V. After watching this, because I've already played that. I remember most of the endings, and I don't want to replay it. I just remember the visceral feeling some of those stories gave me. And the best part is, Echo is also playable on Android. So if you want it for your phone, that way you can carry Echo everywhere you go and just read it as you're waiting for your haircut, waiting in line somewhere. You can. That's what I did. And boy oh boy. Boy oh boy. Please read the TWs and stuff if you're going to. Exactly. You saw how awful this was. Please, dear God, please know what you're getting into for the trigger warnings for that. But yes, no matter how you play Echo, you'll always carry it with you. The pain, exactly. And I honestly would recommend going like a canon route. Which is funny because before you even play the Wolves, because the Wolves is the one that's like, please play this one first and then we can play the rest. Play Carl's first. I'm gonna be honest, Carl's is boring as fuck. It's still kind of harrowing, but like it's honestly not. I didn't like that one. That one was Carl himself, best boy. Carl's story, eh. But in Echo, Carl's was the first route, and it all went darker from there. Exactly. Do Carl's first, and then you can do the Wolf, and then from there on, pick whichever ones you want. But I guarantee you, as each story links in with each other, and you find out more in certain areas than you do about others, it gets worse and worse. But yes, thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you liked Arches. I'm sorry this was as visceral as it was. And I would love to do more VNs here and there. I know there's Remember the Flowers. There's a couple of other furry ones that I would like to read on stream at some point. This is a lot of reading. I may take a break from this. We'll play some actual games and not visual novels in between. But yeah, I enjoyed this a lot, and it fucked me up. And yeah, I'm good. Thank you so much for streaming. Yeah, I gotta go to bed. No problem. We're done. We're done. I'm grading out. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Like, we technically got a happy ending, even if Cam and already had to split as friends. Yeah, which is fine. That's understandable. There's a lot of stuff that ends up changing. Mute Bat, thank you so much for the follow. Hello. gonna be laying in bed staring at the ceiling. I feel drained. Yeah, but either way, let's find someone to go off and raid. Oh, we can raid Zephy. Zephy would be good, or maybe I could. I raided Crud last time because Crud is doing their marathon. Which just in case y'all want to go support Crud, I'm not gonna raid them this time, but I will shout them out again. Highly recommend. Go say hello to Crud. Crud. We love Crud. Bubbery. The marathon is still going, yeah? Yeah. But I think we will raid this person. So let me
Sweet like honey, chocolate at night.
thank you for the stream. Yeah, thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
Too long I'll go raw like an apple you forgot. Birds and worms will come for me. The cycle
Is
of
oh,
life is complete. I'm your golden flower, I'm your bloody rose. Pick my petals off and make my heart explode. I'm your death.
we're gonna raid someone who's drawing some art. Just to kind of get your mind off of some negative thoughts. Let's go into someone who's drawing some wacky poses, puddle people, and well, your guys' favorite topic, literally the V redeem, but someone who can draw it. So we're gonna head that way. Thank you guys so much for being here. I do appreciate it, and I'll see you guys on the next one, which will be tomorrow, probably around 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. Thank you guys. Have a good one. And I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye. It's funny. I was just like, wow, thumbnail has Paint Fox's art. I wonder what this visual novel I've never heard of is like. Pain. Nothing but pain. If I had seen it was Echo related, I might not have clicked, so I'm glad I did. Yeah. Hope you got lots of rest and self-care on Sunday. Exactly. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye. Yeah, I know, I get what you mean.
Hello, Alekgator.